How are y'all doing today? I would say good evening, good morning, but I don't know when you're going to be watching this. Welcome in to our Once Upon a Pastime series. As today, we're calling this Game 1 because we're going to go over the World Series. And I think a lot of folks out there probably don't know the history of the World Series. They might know a little bit about it, but may not know the whole 9 yards. And that's kind of what we're going to do today. We're going to get into the World Series. We're going to get into a lot of things about the World Series. This isn't just going to be some tutorial about who won what game and whatnot. We're going to get into a lot of the stuff. And it's going to be a 7-part series. And we should have a lot of fun with it. But we're going to talk about the different things about the World Series, certain things you may not be aware of. Some things you may know, but we're just going to reinforce them. But I think you're going to learn a lot more than anything else. I think you're going to have a lot of fun. So we look forward to this. Been holding off doing this until this time of the year as the World Series is upon us. So we're going to go ahead and dive into the World Series. And to do that, I do think that we have to take a little bit of almost a backstroke in the fact that we got to go before what happened with the World Series. The World Series took place in 1903, the very first World Series, and it was between the Boston Americans, they later became known as the Boston Red Sox, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, Boston Americans, or Red Sox as we know them now, they took on a 9-game series. At the time, it was a 9-game series, and Boston won 5 of those 8 games. They won 5-3 in the series, and they took home the first World Series championship. Now, one of the misnomers about this that I think a lot of folks probably are not aware of, and look, unless you're deep into the baseball history like I have been, why would you know this, right? You got a lot of stuff going on in your life, and you just kind of want to find out who's going to win this year, et cetera, et cetera. But baseball by far has been my favorite of all the sports to cover. And one of the reasons why is because of the history of the sport. Now realize professional baseball essentially started in 1857. 1857, you started getting professional baseball teams. And the most famous, of course, were the Cincinnati Red Stockings that became a full-blown professional baseball team by 1869. Now, one of the things that people get confused about, because you'll hear the language of, well, Cincinnati says that they're the oldest team. The Braves say they're the longest continuous team. What the hell is going on here? The Cincinnati Reds are the oldest team in baseball. The Cincinnati Red Stockings, or Red Legs, excuse me, the Cincinnati Red Legs began playing ball, and they had some of the best players in all of the game at the time for obvious reasons. I mean, they were the first professional team. They were taking on all comers, and they were really a barnstorming team because there wasn't a real league when the Reds first started playing ball. There wasn't an actual league for them to dive into, because when you're the first, you do a lot of barnstorming tours, and what they were doing was they were going from town to town. They were hosting a lot of games, but they were going from town to town, taking on all comers. And the Cincinnati Reds started playing in 1869. And they then had a long winning streak of 131 games. And it came to an end. And because that winning streak came to an end, the fanfare fell off. The fans that were out there, and I guess you could call this, if you want to look for something, Cincinnati Red fans in the late 1800s were your very first bandwagon fans. They were going out watching games, watching them beat teams, usually by big amounts. And there was finally a game played in New York where they went into the very first extra inning game. And what could have been called a tie, they decided that they were going to go ahead and try something new, extra innings. And that extra innings team, that team that went to extra innings, ended up losing the ball game to the New York squad that they were playing that day. And the news got back, and the next thing you know, everybody's off the bandwagon. And they quickly disbanded the team shortly after that because fans weren't coming out to the game. It wasn't until you got real structure in Major League Baseball that we know it today. The real structure began in the early 1870s. And we had a league called the National Association of Professional Baseball Players, the NAPBP. It was shortened for most people, just referred it to the NA, the National Association. And what they did was they came about and they won over the hearts of a lot of fans out there because you were having professional games. They were playing very regularly at the time. And on top of that, there were rivalries starting to be born. Fans were coming back out. And so Cincinnati started their team back up at that time period. So that's why there is a break in the action of when the Reds shut it down and then they come back. But along this timeline, the Atlanta Braves start playing their entire history begins during this time period. And the Atlanta Braves at the time were in Boston. And they begin playing ball in 1871. And in 1871, the Atlanta Braves come in and they are, at the time, they don't change to the name of the Boston Braves until much later. But at the time, this team was known as the Boston Red Stockings, and it confuses the hell out of everybody, rightfully so, because you've got the Boston Red Sox, who were being called off a number of different names. We won't get into that today. They finally land on the Red Sox because the Red Stockings had at that point changed their name several times, and it was a popular name in the area. You didn't have all the stuff you have today on the fact that, well, you can't name that team that, and you can't do this, et cetera, et cetera. So with all that being said, the Atlanta Braves franchise begins in 1871. They're known as the Boston Red Stockings at that point. They're known as the Boston Red Caps from 1876 to 1882. The Bean Eaters from 1883 to 1906. Then they go to the Boston Doves from 07 to 1910. The Rustlers in 1911. They go to the Boston Braves from 1912 to 1935. You would think, okay, 1912, let's go. We got it. We're the Braves. And that's been, nope, that's not it. From 1936 to 1940, 5 seasons, they become known as the Boston Bees. And then they go back to the Boston Braves in 1941 and have been the Braves franchise ever since. So when we are looking at the beginning of professional baseball and the first team to really take the torch, it was the Braves franchise because this was an organized league. Now, they obviously did not have a World Championship Series like the World Series. That did not come about until 1903. But there were informal postseason series. They never crowned a champion through these series. They were really more looked upon as exhibitions. So what you have to go off of, if you're looking for the champion of those leagues in the early going, and the earliest you can really get your head around would be the 1871 season, because before that you had a lot of minor, well, they were professional teams, but they were scattered all throughout. And it wasn't very organized, and they didn't have a lot of, quote unquote, league championships. In 1871, that becomes the first concrete. This is a real live organized professional baseball league in 1871, and they are known as the NA, the National Association. Of course, if you were going through the whole thing, National Association of Professional Baseball Players. I don't think they were worried about social media back then, so they didn't worry about how long the damn name was. But you get it. You get the drift. It was founded in March of 1871. It folded 1875, and the reason why was because this becomes the groundwork of what is known now as the National League. And of course, the National League is the grandfather of Major League Baseball, because the American League doesn't really come into play till about 25 years later. At the time in 1871, you had 9 teams. It went up to 11. It dropped back down to 9, to 8, to 13. It was a literally, think of some of your other professional sports franchises today that have tried to succeed and they failed and they come back and the others try to take them. A lot of football leagues come to mind. This is essentially what was going on in Major League Baseball. But teams that are still around today that were in that original group of the National Association of Professional Baseball Players, teams like the Braves, teams like, they were called the White Stockings, another confusing thing here. They're called the White Stockings, but they were eventually the Chicago Cubs. The Athletics, Philadelphia Athletics, were in this league. Later on in the 1880s, the Philadelphia Phillies show up. You've got the New York Giants that are obviously become the San Francisco Giants. You have the Brooklyn Bridegrooms that eventually become the Brooklyn Dodgers, Los Angeles Dodgers. So when you're talking about the teams that were in these leagues, you're basically talking about the foundation of what we know as professional sports today, because the National League is the oldest professional sports league there is. And so everything that, and it doesn't matter if someone thinks that their sport is superior to baseball. We all know, first of all, we all know that's not true. But second of all, it doesn't matter what they believe to be true on that end. The fact of the matter is, everything that you can think of, whether it's professional sports, even college sports, it was all born off the idea of what baseball was doing. And when you go into that and you go and you do a deep dive, you realize, first of all, they were really fighting a losing battle in a lot of these markets. You know, there was a lot of tough things going on in the United States at the time, and you were trying to convince people to come out and play or come out and pay to watch people play a game. It was a foreign concept. We've all heard the stories about how hard it was to get people to come out to watch professional football in the 1920s. Well, imagine how difficult it was to get people to come out and pay for professional baseball in the 1880s, 1870s, 1890s, and beyond. There's all kinds of accounts, and I love them when you hear these quotes of people talking about how absurd it is that anyone would pay for a game, that anybody there were several leagues that stood by their honor of, we will never take a dime. Now those leagues obviously folded, but this is what we have in what is now Major League Baseball. It was the NA, and then of course the NL, and then they brought in the American League. And so, taking a quick look at the NA, there were 5 years in the NA, 1871 through 1875. The very first championship in 1871 and you got to realize something. These teams were having, I mean, you talk about awful, I mean, just awful conditions, not just where the games were played, but think about having to actually go and travel. But the very first championship of the National Association, is we'll just call it the NA, were the Philadelphia Athletics. And the Philadelphia Athletics, and that name changed back and forth, and they disbanded and came back, et cetera, et cetera. But the Philadelphia Athletics won the very first championship. After that, and at the time, they went off of not winning percentage, but how many games you won. Some teams played many more games than the other. But going back and looking over it, there was never a situation until they changed the rules, which I believe was 1883, that they changed the rules that they would go by winning percentage. That was the first time that was introduced. There was never a time that a champion would have been a champion because of winning percentage. It came up in a debate because the previous year, a team that finished fourth should have been second off a winning percentage. And that's the whole reason why it came about. Now, luckily, they had enough sense, and really it was just bragging rights at that point. But they wanted to clarify, hey, let's go ahead and get into this, and let's come up with a fair way of deciding a winner. Because remember, there were games that were not finished. There were games if you go back and you look at the records of some of these teams, deep dives, and you see all these ties, like, what the hell was that? Well, there was no artificial lighting. And depending on what time they start a game, because a lot of these guys were working in the factories during the day, and then they were playing baseball in the afternoon going into the early evening. And it's why baseball was created and played in the summertime, because obviously you have much longer days. But there were a lot of games that were played back then that would end in a tie, and you didn't have a situation where they called someone the winner after X amount of innings. If it ended in a tie, that's just what it was recorded as, was a tie. Now, there were some leagues that would just disband the entire contest, and it wouldn't even go into the books. And that's why when they started doing these deep dives on going back to players' overall numbers, and we're talking about going back and seeing who belongs in the Hall of Fame and who doesn't. We're talking about guys that are going to be coming in from the 1880s and whatnot. They had to go back and do a lot of deep dives because a lot of these games were not being counted. So of those 5 seasons, 1871, 72, 73, 74, and 75, five seasons were played in the National Association that essentially was the grandfather of the National League. Philadelphia wins the first one, the Athletics, not the Phillies. Phillies start playing ball in 1883. The Atlanta Braves organization, which at the time was the Boston Red Stockings, they won 1872, 73, 74, and 75. And the team that was looked upon as arguably the best of that group, because you had a lot of different teams back then that, first of all, there was a lot of different arguments on which league was best. But by the time you get to the National Association, it was looked upon as by far the best team. And if you want to look at the teams at that time of who was the best, I think you have to take a real hard look at the 1875 team right before they go into the National League. That team went 71, 8, and 3, an .899 winning percentage, something that would never be even considered nowadays, right? But 1875, 71, 8, and 3. That's the team. And if you're wondering, okay, well, how many players that played in that league were really elite? There were 8 Hall of Famers that played in the National Association. You had guys, and even the most modest of baseball fans, I won't even say have to be an historian. The ones who have watched baseball have consumed a lot of baseball over the years. You've heard a lot of these names: Cap Anson, Albert Spalding. Yes, that Spalding, Albert Goodwill Spalding, the one where you see the name printed on the balls and the gloves. That Spalding was in this league. Candy Cummings, he was known as the grandfather of the curveball. He created the curveball, according to many. And that's actually a funny story. If you've never heard it, real quick, he was, during the offseason, he was out on a lake and was throwing a seashell across the lake, was making it curve. And he wondered, because of the curvatures in the shells, could he make a baseball do that? And he quickly found out that he could. And so the curveball was born. Of course, at the time it was controversial. People felt like, remember something, when baseball first starts and starts being competitive, It wasn't until Cummings came up with the curveball, the pitching was being looked upon. Before that, you were supposed to aid the batter. In fact, a lot of teams, a lot of your professional leagues before the National Association, a lot of your leagues, their guy pitched to their guy. So it was like batting practice. And when it ended up happening was when guys like Candy Cummings started finding out ways to get you out. Then it became very imperative that you had an elite pitcher, and the rest is history. But when you go to that very early part and you talk about the elite teams of that time period, it was the Boston Red Sox, now known as the Atlanta Braves, that were the cream of the crop. I mean, 4 consecutive championships, forget about it. You go just a little further in there and you take a look at once it becomes the National League, and that becomes a league of itself by 1876. I think a lot of people are familiar with the fact that it's been around since 1876, mainly because the logo, if you've ever looked at it closely on the National League, has 1876 in it on most of them. Some of them, leave them out, but there are currently 15 teams in the National League. But it was founded in 1875, and essentially what they were trying to do when they built the National League in 1876, they were trying to have strong owners, and they wanted a low entry fee for each club with the incentive to stay in the league, because what they did not want is what happened in the National Association, along with a couple of other leagues that never really came to the forefront, is they had a lot of teams that were having a team 1 year and then they were dipping out. That's not what the National League wanted. In fact, they had an entry fee at the time. Think about this. You could have bought your own National League team at the very beginning for $10. Now, you would have also had to have paid your salaries, et cetera, but $10 was the entry fee. But the one thing that they wanted all these businessmen to be involved in, guys like William Hubert of the Chicago White Stockings, later known as the Cubs, guys like Harry Wright and George Wright. Those were other guys that were in the National Association associated with the Red Stockings. They came over to the National League. But you had teams at that time. It was the Louisville Grays. It was the Cincinnati Reds, the St. Louis Brown Stockings, the New York Mutuals, the Hartford Dark Blues, Boston Red Stockings, Philadelphia Athletics, and the Chicago White Stockings. Those were your original teams. And when you look at the champions of those leagues, as we get closer to talking about what we're here to talk about, the World Series, the Braves organization, the Red Stockings, they win the National League pennant in 1877, 78, 83, 91, 92, 93, 97, 1897, 1898, a total of 8. So by the time we hit the 20th century, what is now known as the Atlanta Braves organization, they had 12 world championships. They will go on to win 4 more. They won the 1914 World Series, the 57 World Series, the 95, and the 2021. But if you ever noticed any of the stuff that I put up, if I put anything championship-wise about the Braves organization, I always have it claimed with 16 world championships. That's why. They won 12 world championships before the World Series was ever created, because no one felt like anyone but the National Association and then the National League was anything but the cream of the crop. It's kind of like to the effect of when you had the AFL coming up in the 1960s, and everyone still looked upon it as your actual champion of the National Football League. It's kind of like when people say, well, why in the hell do people call Green Bay Titletown? Because the Green Bay Packers won all those world championships before the Super Bowl was created. Same thing. It just happened a little longer ago. It's the same exact thing. Other teams that won champions, they had a team named the Detroit Wolverines that ended up crashing and burning. They went from 1881 to 1888. They won the 83 champion. They won one championship, and then they were dissolved. The Brooklyn Bridegrooms, later on the Super Balls, and they are the Super Balls until the late the first decade of the 20th century, where they eventually become the Trolley Dodgers and then, of course, the Dodgers. And they changed their names a few times in the 1920s and whatnot. But for all intents and purposes, they went from, just to keep it simple, they went from the Bridegrooms, who won it in 1890. The Super Balls won in 80, 89, and 1900. Still same franchise. The New York Giants, the New York baseball Giants that eventually go out to San Francisco. They go out there and they win the championship in 1889, 1888, and they cause a stink in the 1904 World Series, which we'll get into here in a second. And the 1904, remember the World Series starts in 1903. Because of the New York baseball Giants, there is no World Series in 1904. The Baltimore Orioles, just like the Boston Red Stockings, were looked upon as a heck of a powerhouse. The Baltimore Orioles they win the championship from 1894, 1895, and 1896. And there's something else interesting about the Baltimore Orioles. First of all, John McGraw plays for the Baltimore Orioles. And John McGraw later on would have such a big rivalry with the American League, because he left the Orioles to go to the American League, then got kicked out of the American League, fighting with their commissioner, Ban Johnson. That when you get to the 1904 World Series and the Giants win the National League, remember, they'd only played the World Series once. He didn't look at them being worthy of playing the New York Giants, so he decided that his team was not going to play. The following year, they win the pennant again, and his owner forces him to play because there was so much money involved comparatively at the time. And the players were ticked off. They were really ticked off at him as well, because they found out that had they played in that World Series, they would have made almost as much as they did for the entire season. So obviously, always follow the money when it comes to this kind of stuff. But when you look at the Baltimore Orioles of that time, not only were they very dominant in winning the championship, if you've ever heard the term the Baltimore chop, and most people have, and they know what it means. It means you smack the ball on the ground, it goes high, and you try to beat it out to first. Now, in today's baseball, the Baltimore chop is pretty much looked upon as a goofy thing that happens. There were some attempts in the 1970s and 1980s to make it a part of the game plan, but they never could quite get it back to where it was in the 1800s, 1890s. But there were some attempts to use the AstroTurf, the artificial turf, to do the Baltimore chop. But now pitchers nowadays, because the velocity and the movement on the ball, it's very difficult to do this. But what they were doing, and this was not, they didn't come up with the term Baltimore chop because, oh, by the way, they just happened to hit a lot of balls off the ground high in the air. It was an actual strategy, and they were going up, slamming the bat over the ball and popping it up. And a lot of these fields were really hard as some of them were. I mean, you barely had any dirt on it at all. So you were almost playing on concrete, and that ball would bounce and it would go high in the air. And by the time the thing came down, everybody was safe. And the Baltimore Orioles of the 1890s, that was actually what they were known for. They had several batsmen that were actually very good at it. And one John McGraw was really the reasoning for it. But you had teams in those early part. Here are some teams and here are some cities that you had at that time. Obviously, the Boston Red Stockings, we talked about them. The Chicago White Sox, we talked about them. Cleveland Forest Cities, the Fort Wayne Kiangas, New York Mutuals, Philadelphia Athletics, Rockford Forest Cities, the Washington Olympics, the Brooklyn Atlantics, who only lasted for 4 years, but the Brooklyn Atlantics were known as being quite the draw. They had ownership issues, but the Brooklyn Atlantics at one point were known as one of the favorite teams in the league. Brooklyn Eckfords, the Baltimore Canaries, Middletown Mansfields, Washington Nationals, which is essentially why today's Washington National team grabbed that name. It was a throwback. Philadelphia White Stockings, Hartford Dark Blues. You see a lot of teams with a lot of names involving what they wore because that's how, and this is obviously before someone would go out and buy your garb. But what they were trying to do is name their team after their laundry because it was a way to get the fans behind them. You had a St. Louis Red Stockings team for 1 year, and the official name was changed because of complaints from the Boston Red Stockings. And you also had the St. Louis Brown Stockings, and they were named that in the same exact year. They both played in 1875. So not a lot of creativity with a lot of these names, but everything was new. There's a famous story when they talk about during this time period that there was a garment maker that was trying to talk the National League into going out and have each individual position wearing specific colors. And what I mean by that is everybody's first baseman would wear blue. Everybody's third baseman would wear red. It was quickly disbanded because the newspaper writers tore it to pieces, calling them, what was the term? It looked like a Dutch bed of tulips out there. Basically saying like the whole thing it was terrible looking, but the guy was trying to make some money. And because baseball was becoming so damn popular, this is what we were getting. So we get through the 19th century. Baseball is becoming extremely popular. The American League pops up. They've been going strong for a few years, and they've started to poach players, and there was nothing stopping them. And for a very small period of time, the players had the power, and they would go. And of course, later on, we go through all the contract issues that we've dealt with in professional sports for years and years and years. But you can imagine there was a little bit of a, I can go over here and make more money. Why the hell am I staying here with you? And they would bolt.
The pizza?
Yeah. And then the next season, they would go right back because they were offered more money. And this was happening in the middle of seasons. So eventually what happens is both sides, the American League and the National League, will kind of band together and prevent a lot of that. And then later on in the early 20th century, there are other leagues that pop up, leagues like the Federal League and whatnot, that are once again trying to poach. But what Major League Baseball does at that time is they basically beat them at their own game. And they end up squeezing out these upstart leagues that are trying to compete with them, guaranteeing a boat ton of money to the players. Once those leagues folded, they turned around and they cut their salaries. So it was very cutthroat in the first 60 or so years of Major League Baseball. Major League, the guys who had invested, they were making money off of this. They were trying to keep something of theirs alive. And there were other people trying to come up and create something saying, why can't we have a part of the American dream? So it's probably my favorite era of baseball, because it was really wide open. It was like the Wild West. You never knew what the hell was going to go on. You never know who was going to bounce from one team to another. And then some players were getting banned for doing it, and some players were jumping back and forth with nothing happening to them. So we get to the early 1900s, and the National League and American League decide, all right, both leagues are getting very popular. We need to legitimize one champion. And this is when winning your pennant no longer makes you the champion. This is when it all begins. And it begins with the 1903 World Series. In the 1903 World Series with Boston, playing Pittsburgh, and Boston was already a very popular baseball city with the dominance of the Red Stockings, now known as the Braves. But here's the funny thing. If you think they had a fan base that stuck with them through thick and thin, you would be wrong. Because a lot of your Boston Red Stocking fans jumped over to the Boston Americans, now known as the Red Sox, simply because they could go watch baseball for just a little cheaper. There's arguments on how much it is, but for essentially, the National League team was charging $1 a game. The American League team was charging 50 cents a game. And because of that, and the droves of people going to the now Red Sox team, the National League team, the Braves, lost a lot of their funding, because you got to remember, back then there was no media money coming in. So they lost their money. They had to sell players off. They were getting poached by the American League team. A lot of the guys that were on the 1903 Boston Americans had just left the National League Boston team that becomes the Braves. It originally developed from something called the Western League. The Western League played baseball from 1885 to 1900. And then it was developed from a couple of other areas. But essentially, if you want to know when it all began, essentially Ban Johnson put teams together, and they started playing baseball in 1901. By 1903, that was January 1901. By 1903, 2 years later, just 2 years later, can you imagine this in today's sports world? They were playing the National League for the World Championship. That is literally the equivalent of some random professional, whether you USFL, XFL, whatever. And in 2 seasons, all of a sudden you're grabbing their champion to play the Super Bowl champion for all the marbles. So it's pretty impressive what the American League did in that very short time period. Van Johnson was a controversial figure, but no matter how you look at him, some of the stuff that he did against the players and whatnot, Van Johnson built that damn team, built that league. And you get to the 1903 World Series. You get the Boston Championship, and then we talked about it real quick, and I'll just dive back into it real quick. The 1904 World Series is never played. And that would not happen again for another 90 years when the strike would happen. In the World Series, 1904, it was being called the boycott. The boycott series. According to McGraw, he didn't want to play them because he looked at the American League as inferior. But everybody knows it was because he held sour grapes against Van Johnson in the American League, which he had just came from. So in 1904, there was no World Series, but 1905, the Giants win it again. And this time, the owner of the Giants, along with the players, said, "We got to play him, McGraw. There's too much money involved." I mean, you were getting people sitting on top of fences all around, and we're only talking about a couple of seasons into the American League even existing. In the 1903 World Series, there are many accounts of people lined across the walls in very dangerous spots in Boston just to get a glimpse of what the original World Series was. So then we get to the 1905 World Series. And in the 1905 World Series, you have once again the New York Giants, and you have Connie Mack's Philadelphia A's. And we talked about the A's being the first champion of the National Association. Connie Mack takes over the Philadelphia A's in the very early 1900s. He was a manager there for 50 years. You'll always see pictures of him in the dugout. He was the last to wear a 3-piece suit, typically wore a top hat as well. And he was known as a great baseball mind. You know all these spray charts and all these different charts that they have nowadays, from no matter who you want to take your information from, but all the fan graphs and whatnot. According to folks that played with and played against Connie Mack of those days, Connie Mack was doing the same damn thing back then, but it was all in his head. So obviously he didn't have a computer. But he would take notes and jot them down. And they said and this is something you don't even see today. He had a sign set up on the bench, and he was directing his defense where to stand, infield and outfield, pitch by pitch. Now, we all know that Connie Mack has the most wins in the history of baseball. He also has the most losses. One of the reasons why his teams never sustained wins, Connie Mack was also part owner. And what he found out was usually it was better to have a team that was middle of the pack, to sell them off. and he would make more money just because of the way it was set up back then financially than if he had a team that was really good or a team that was really bad. So he started off a lot of seasons. Now, he had great success. He won World Series. He won pennants. Don't get me wrong. But he had some seasons where they were playing very well, and all of a sudden they were selling them off. And he did this a few times. He sold his teams off to teams like the Boston Red Sox. He sold them off to the Highlanders. He sold them off to the Braves at one point. But he is in the second World Series, and it's the New York Giants. And Connie Mack's New York Giants go out there and win 4-1. And you know he had to feel like that he had to go out there and win that World Series. Because if you're going to say someone's inferior to you, you better win it all. By the way, that Giants team won 105 games that year, lost 48. That Giants team went out, and at the time, they had the Christian gentleman, the great Christy Mathewson. And over a 6-day span, Christy Mathewson won 3 games, complete games. People talked about that for decades. Most folks remember the Madison Bumgarner 2014 unbelievable run that he went in, right? When they would always circle back to no one has done this since, it was always that 1905 Christy Mathewson, the Christian gentleman. Why was he nicknamed the Christian gentleman? It was simple as this. Back then, they had tobacco cards. You would get some tobacco and you get a baseball card. Christy Mathewson said, I want no part of that. I don't want kids going out buying tobacco to get my cards. This is where the bubblegum card is born. And because of that, and because of things like he refused to give interviews to sports writers if he found out they were running around on their wives. It was things like that he became known as the Christian gentleman. But he went out there and absolutely dominated the Philadelphia A's. It was the dead ball era. We don't get out of the dead ball era for a little while. But when you look at what Christy Mathewson did in that game, he pitched a shutout in game 1. He pitched a shutout in game 2. Or, I'm sorry, game 3. And then Christy Mathewson goes out and pitches a shutout in game 5. So they win 4 games to win. He wins 3 of them. They didn't have it back then, but obviously he would have been MVP. And still, for my money, the most dominant World Series performance ever. But I always put an asterisk by it because it happened so long ago. It's not really the same sport with the dead ball era, all that kind of stuff. But for his time period, they talked about that for years. Wasn't like it was one of these things that just happened and say, well, everyone, no. They talked about it for years. And by the way, you talk about some names. Eddie Plank is who Mathewson beat, and people who know baseball will know these guys. Joe McGinty, the great Joe McGinty, was on that New York team. He lost to Chief Bender. Who is Chief Bender? Chief Bender is the guy that ends up eventually playing for the Cleveland baseball team that they name the team after. And the team keeps that name for over 100 years of the Cleveland Indians. That's why you had the Cleveland Indians, because of Chief Bender. He was in that series. Joe McGinty, they called him Iron Joe McGinty because he routinely pitched double headers all the time. Didn't think anything of it. There's a famous story of Joe McGinty pitching a doubleheader because he told his manager that if he asked him, he said, if I pitch this doubleheader today, can I have the next few days off? Because he wanted to go hunting. I mean, the names in this series, this is baseball. So you go to the 1905 series, so you got two of them under your belt. And then 1906, this is another famous World Series. And it's one I don't think a lot of people understand the gravity of it. But this team, this was the White Sox, not the White Stockings, but they were playing the old White Stockings that had been known as the Chicago Cubs by then. And they were playing the $100,000 infield. Tinker's Devers a chance, right? And the Cubs were looked upon as a prohibitive favorite. The Cubs in 1906 had 116 wins and 36 losses. If you remember history being chased by the Seattle Mariners on the most wins in a season, this was the team they were chasing. I still don't think anyone's ever going to catch that. In a 154-game season, 116 games. Oof. And they were known as just an absolute juggernaut. And they would prove it later, but not this year. They would play their crosstown rivals, the Chicago White Sox, who were affectionately called the hitless wonders. Why is that? Team batting average was 230. Was that good or bad that year, Magee? It was the worst in the American League, and they still got to won the pennant. They won the pennant because they were on an incredible run. Remember, there were no playoffs back then. You won the pennant, you went to the World Series. They went on an incredible run of a 19-game winning streak in August towards the end of the season. Blew everyone's doors off and took the pennant, and then go out there. And the White Sox faced the Cubs in the first crosstown championship. They take game one, 2-1. The Cubs go out there and flex their muscles and score 7 runs in the second game. Series tied up 1-1. White Sox come back, win it 3-0. Cubs come back, win it 1-0. Then the White Sox come back and win the next 2 games, 8-6 and 8-3. And everybody was amazed because the hitless wonders had broken out. And they won the championship. Well, maybe the Cubs just weren't that good. You ever think about that? The Chicago Cubs win the next 2 World Series. The Chicago Cubs at that time were looked upon as the best team baseball had seen. Outside of those great 1800 teams from Boston. The 1907 World Series. You got some famous names in this. But the one you would want to circle would be Ty Cobb. 3 Fingers Mordecai Brown on the Cubs. Tinker to Evers to Chance. Sam Crawford, another legendary figure. Hugh Jennings, one of the great managers of all time. And the Cubs go out there and they sweep the Detroit Tigers. By the way, 107 wins again. So in 2 seasons, they have 223 regular season wins. They finally bring home that elusive World Series. The 1908 series comes in. And this one is a little murky because they play the Tigers again. The Cubs beat the Tigers again. You still have a lot of your same names: Sam Crawford, Ty Cobb, Tinker's Devers a chance, Mordecai Brown. But that's not the story of the season. The story of the season was Merkle's boner and how the Chicago Cubs got there. Guy by the name of Fred Merkle, infamous play in baseball history. And obviously nicknames and monikers being different things now than they do back then. Back then, a boner was known as a boneheaded play, a dumb play. And Merkle's boner refers to his notorious base running error. And at that time, it was not Fred Merkle's fault per se, because it's just how it was done. It wasn't until this game that was so well followed, because Chicago Cubs and New York Giants were the top of the standings. There was a similar instance a few weeks ago, and it's how the Cubs infield knew to follow up on the play. But it wasn't as publicized because it wasn't the top two teams in the game. And you also have to think about this too. You have the New York papers, Chicago papers. Back then, newspapers were coming off the presses 3-4 times a day. So this was more stuff for them to talk about. And if you're not familiar with it, real quick, here's what happened. Fred Merkle, in the middle of the pennant race.
That's the game.
And by the way, the Pittsburgh Pirates, who had won the pennant in 1901, 1902, and 1903, they were right in the middle of this pennant race. They were going 3 wide into the corner, as we say, right? Merkle was 19 years old. He ended up having a pretty good career, but everyone will always remember him for this. He only played 38 games all damn year, but this is the one everyone's going to remember. So there is a leadoff single, or a single with 1 out, excuse me. Eventually, the winning run in Art Devlin and Merkle are on base. Devlin standing on second, Merkle standing on third, or on first, excuse me. And then all of a sudden, there was a base hit. And the base hit comes through, the winning run scores, and Merkle from first to second. Now, back then, there were fans that were standing on all sides of the field. Right where the foul lines are nowadays, fans stood there. You didn't have the divides that you do nowadays. And the ball is hit into the outfield. The fans rush the field. It's the bottom of the inning. Merkle is assuming the game is over, and he never touches the bag. Because all these fans are rushing onto the field, he runs off out of the way. One of their infielders, the shortstop, Al Bridwell, was the guy that gets the hit. He does touch first. But the problem is Merkle never goes and touches second. So the infield of the Cubs are aware of this, And they start jumping up and down, get me the ball, get me the ball. The ball was out there. There were fans fighting over it. They had to fight the damn ball away from them to get it back into the infield, touch second base. And because Fred Merkle had never touched the bag, it was being looked upon as a force out, and not that, hey, the game's over. There's basically a riot in the middle of the field. Let's move on. The umpire standing out there after seeing the infielder jumping up and down on the bag, touching the bag. He calls Merkle out. Both teams had essentially left the game. The fans were all over the field. There was basically going to be a riot. So they left it up to the league office. Essentially what the league office says, all right, here's the thing. The game's going to end in a tie. It was a tie ball game. And if that game is of importance, we will play it again at the end of the season. Well, what do you know? They go in 3 wide. And it ends up being New York versus Chicago for the championship game. And it was Harry Pulliam, the NL president, that is the one that upheld the ruling. And so they replay the game. The Cubs win the game. The Cubs go on to win the World Series in 1908. And here's the kicker. That's the last time the Chicago Cubs win the World Series for 108 years. And many people believe that it had nothing to do with the GOAT incident that we hear about in 1945. They believe it has nothing to do with – they all believe that because they won a World Series championship they never should have been in, that starts the Chicago Cubs curse that lasts until 2016. So 108 years of futility. People believe it was Fred Merkle's boner that caused that. In 1909, you get the Pirates back in the World Series, and Honus Wagner gets himself his World Series championship. And it was the Detroit Tigers once again. And it would be the last time that Ty Cobb would appear in the World Series with the Detroit Tigers. Ty Cobb also in that 1909 season had won the Triple Crown. Ty Cobb was the best player in baseball at the time. But many people believe that Honus Wagner was a better player than him, but not at that time. At that time, it was kind of an argument back and forth as far as who was the best player in baseball. Was it Cobb or was it Wagner? And there was a rivalry there. If you're not familiar with Honus Wagner, he was one of the great players of all time. He was one of the very last tobacco cards made, and that's why his card, we talked about Christy Mathewson and the bubblegum card and all that. Wagner was a part of that too, and that's why Wagner's card is always up for auction every few years, and it's always like some ungodly amount of money. That's why his card is what it is. But he played for the Louisville Colonels and the Pittsburgh Pirates for about 20 years, from 1897 to 1917. But that was his only World Series championship. And sports wasn't what it was today. Today, no one gives anyone credit for being a great player unless you've got a world championship. Back then, that narrative didn't exist. It was who was the best player? Who was the best man? Oh, by the way, he may or may not be playing for the best team. But Honus Wagner won the NL batting crown 8 times. Honus Wagner won the RBI crown in the National League 5 times. He was a stolen base leader 5 times. He was looked upon in the very early part of Major League Baseball as one of, if not the best player in Major League Baseball. A lot of people go to Ty Cobb, and rightfully so. Ty Cobb won the AL RBI title 4 times, the stolen base leader 6 times. He was the batting champion 12 times, and one of the reasons why he was so motivated to win that batting crown, and he has the highest batting average in Major League Baseball history. They had just started doing a thing where they were giving away free cars to the champion for the batting crown champion, and Ty Cobb wanted that damn car every year. And of course, Ty Cobb was one of the first inducted into the Hall of Fame the very first year it existed, 1936. And that's always the hallowed year. Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, Christy Mathewson, Honus Wagner, and Walter Johnson. There's a lot of nicknames for that. The Fame Five, the Fabulous Five. But what you need to know about that is there probably would have been a 6th player had Shoeless Joe Jackson not been banned from baseball, because he was as revered as any of those guys. So there you have the very beginning of the World Series. And now I hope it gave you a better understanding of why it's so important and why people love it so. And this will build the foundation when we start talking about some of the other things. We're not going to go year by year like we did there. We're going to grab some of your better teams, some of your better players, some of your better moments in the history of the World Series. And what makes this still, to this day, not only the best damn championship in the not just all of American sport, but all of sport. But it's still the greatest game we've ever known. Y'all have a great day. Good luck to your team as long as you're not playing my team. Hope y'all enjoyed this Once Upon a Pastime series. Please like and subscribe.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
told you, you'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. He's the throw to the plate. He is.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare above bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening live, and we are here in Arlington, Texas, getting ready for game two, of the 2023 World Series. Texas leads the series 1-0. They won it in walk-off fashion last night. Arizona Diamondbacks trying to tie up the series. Here are your lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing second base, Ketel Marte. This year he had a 25 home runs, 82 RBI, and a 276 average. Corbin Carroll batting second, playing right field. 25 home runs, 76 RBI, batting 285. Moreno batting third, behind home plate, 7 home runs, 50 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting 284. Christian Walker is batting cleanup, 33 home runs, 103 RBI, 11 stolen bases, batting 258. Tommy Pham, your designated hitter, 16 home runs, 68 RBI, 22 stolen bases, and a 256 average. Gurriel is in left field with 24 home runs, 82 RBI, and a 261 average. Alec Thomas is in center field, 9 home runs, 39 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 230. Evan Longoria is playing third and batting eighth. 11 home runs, 28 RBI, and a 223 average. Geraldo Perdomo is batting ninth from the shortstop position with 6 home runs, 47 RBI, batting 246, excuse me. Here is your lineup for the Texas Rangers. In the bottom of the first inning, it'll be Marcus Semien. Leading off, playing second with 29 homers, 100 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting 276. Corey Seager, batting second, playing short, 33 home runs, 96 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting 327. Evan Carter, batting third, playing left, 5 home runs, 12 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting 306. Adolis Garcia is in right field, batting cleanup with 39 home runs, 107 RBI, 9 stolen bases, batting 245. Mitch Garver is the designated hitter with 19 home runs, 50 RBI, and a 270 average. Jonah Heim is behind home plate with 10 13 home runs, 95 RBI. 2 stolen bases, batting .258. Nathaniel Lowe playing first with 17 home runs, 82 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .262. Josh Young playing third, 23 home runs, 70 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .266. Luis Taveras is batting ninth and patrolling center field for the Texas Rangers. 14 home runs, 67 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .266. On the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's Merrill Kelly. In this postseason, he is 2-1 with a 2.65 ERA, 1.00 whip, 17 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 9 hits allowed, 8 walks, and 3 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Jordan Montgomery, who's 3-0 with a 2.16 ERA, a 1.28 whip, 25 home runs. Excuse me, 25 innings pitched, 28 hits allowed, 17 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 2 home runs served. Texas comes in minus 155 on the money line. Tonight, the over-under is 8.5. Good evening to everybody in the chat. We will be doing roll call between the top of the first and the bottom of the first inning as we're getting set for action here in game number 2 of the 2023 World Series. The Texas Rangers are in their home whites. Rangers across the chest in blue. Outlined in red. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in their home grays. We're going to take a quick step away and get ready for pitch by pitch, play by play of your 2023 World Series. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Radio, bringing you the 2023 World Series.
Brazil. What's the accent of Brazil?
It's a country in South America. Why don't we say any Latin American accent will do?
Latin American, okay.
Okay, homie. Orale,
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, man.
Nachos.
Yeah.
A real racist with it, huh?
Yeah, that is extremely racist. And by the way, that's more of a Los Angeles sort of Mexican cholo vibe.
That's cool. Let's go see the Dodgers play the Lakers.
What's your favorite jersey in all of sports? The Atlanta Braves white. I don't know if they got like HD white, but for some reason, every time they were playing, they're like, don't they look brighter than everybody else's?
Old school Houston Astros jersey. Old school Houston Astros jersey.
With what be biased to the hometown team, so I'm gonna go baby blue Atlanta Braves.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Lovely evening in the Ark. Lovely evening to get the heck out of here. We fly back to Chicago right after the game. Boy, those Indians knew what they were doing. Swings, and he misses. When they sold this New York City for $14 and 3 bottles of hooch, that was probably the best deal anybody ever made. 3.
Welcome in. Jordan Montgomery is firing his last few warm-up pitches. Please smash that like and subscribe button, as we are just about set for first pitch here in Game 2 of the World Series. Arizona Diamondbacks will be wearing their road grays with Arizona across the chest in black, outlined in red ball caps with the Arizona Diamondback logo on the front in red, black bills. Texas Rangers in all white, Rangers across the chest, blue caps with the white tee. And the left-hander, Jordan Montgomery, tossing his final last couple of warm-up pitches. If you missed last night's game, walk-off fashion, we called it as it was happening. They put Starlin Castro in the lineup on the mound in extra innings to face Atlas Garcia. And Garcia hit a walk-off shot that won the game. It was unbelievable that is who they went to. Of course, we've seen Starlin Castro for years in Braves country, even before he came to Arizona, and we had the big walk-off by Rosario earlier this year, or go-ahead by Rosario. He was with the Mets, always a fastball home run ball pitcher. First pitch on the way to Starlin Marte is swung on, grounded over to short. That'll be an easy 6-3 put out, and there's one pitch, one out. The Arizona Diamondbacks here in the top of the first. A lot of these Diamondback hitters have seen Montgomery before. Marte coming into the night was 3 for 6 lifetime. This will be the first time Corbin Carroll sees Montgomery as he comes to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. The southpaw comes set. Veteran kicks and deals. Swing and fouls that back out of play. 92 miles an hour right there in on the hands. It's 0-1. The 0-1. They set up down over the dish. Montgomery fires it in. Down below the knees. Good take by Carroll. 1-1. Other folks in this lineup that have seen Montgomery as the 1-1 pitch. Montgomery kicks and fires off the plate wide. 2-1. Moreno, who is on deck, is 4 for 7 lifetime with the home run, so we'll keep an eye on that. This is Carroll's first time seeing Montgomery. Christian Walker is 1 for 6. 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. Tommy Pham is 0 for 4 lifetime. Gurriel 6 for 21. Alec Thomas 1 for 4. Longoria 3 for 11. The only one who's taken Montgomery yard is Moreno, who stands on deck. So a 2-2 count. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. In the dirt. Good take by Carroll. It's 3-2. The 3-2. Montgomery comes set. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over towards second. Scooped up by Simeon. Fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. Gets Carroll by about a step. Corbin Carroll was busting it down the line with his great speed. Good play by Simeon. Records out number 2. Quinn Wilcott is your home plate umpire. David Rackley will be at the first base bag. Brian Knight guarding second, and Vic Carapazza down the third base line. Bill Miller is in left, and DJ Rayburn is in right field, last night's home plate umpire. First pitch to Moreno is a 92-mile-an-hour sinker off the edge. Good take by Gabriel, and it's 1-0. The 1-0. Sits, kicks, and fires. Just grabs the outer edge. Good pitch there. Evens up the count at 1-1. So he's gone sinker, changeup, both off the outer corner to start the at-bat. The 1-1 pitch from Montgomery. Down below the knees. Good take by Moreno. It's 2-1. All 3 pitches on the outer edge. 2 changeups and a sinker. Montgomery, much like Tom Glavine, will live on that outer edge, and he will come inside just to keep you honest. The 2-1 pitch. Down and in. 93-mile-an-hour sinker misses. It's 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Christian Walker stands on deck. Montgomery may be pitching around Moreno, who's 4 for 7 lifetime with him. Walker has been in quite the slump. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's a full count at 3-2. Arizona nothing, Texas nothing, top of the first inning. All the college football going on tonight. We'll keep you updated on what's going on with that. Everything in the world of sports. The 3-2 pitch from Montgomery. Swing, and fouls that straight back. So a full count once again. Jordan Montgomery trying to make sure Moreno doesn't get something he can lift out of the yard. The 3-2 offering. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn high in the sky just past the second base dirt. Simeon makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We will head to the bottom of the first inning. Texas grabs the bats.
Look, you and your mom have a bad history, and neither of you can nurture the other's self-esteem because you've both been damaged by past criticism and shame. Are you okay? I'm working half days, so I watch a lot of Donahue.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Well, Memorial Day has come and gone. Tomorrow, matter of fact, is June 1st. We just showed you the NL East standings. You don't need me to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The NL East is over. That's right. It's a wrap. No one is touching the Mets. Tweet me the hate all you want about the jinx. Nonsense. The Mets will be National League Eastern Division champs, and I don't even think the Braves are going to challenge them. The Phils, please, you've seen them. What are you worried about, Mets fans? The Mets are only going to get better, and even if the Braves do turn it around, it will be too late. The NL East is over.
Is the NL East still over?
Well, look, I mean, yeah, the NL East is unfortunately over now. It's just the wrong team here. And I definitely owe the Braves an apology for not taking them as seriously as I should have. They are the champs until proven otherwise. And it was never really about the Braves. It was about the Mets. I believed in this Mets team. They're good for sure, but not good enough. And there are plenty of reasons why the Mets lost this division outside of this weekend. But the NL East is over, and it belongs to the Braves yet again.
Armchair.
Get this bus moving.
Stop. Come back. Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening to everybody out there in Braves Country Radio land. Saw Daniel. Good evening to Gary. I know there's a bunch more of y'all in the chat. If you jump in and say hello, we'll say hello as well. As we're heading to the bottom of the first inning. Merrill Kelly will take the mound. By the way, looking at the numbers, only Simeon, who is 1 for 3, Seager, who is 0 for 5, and Nathaniel Lowe, who is 1 for 2 lifetime, have ever faced Merrill Kelly. He'll throw the cutter, the fastball, 4-seam and 2-seam. He's got a changeup and a slider. Really tries to keep you off balance. First pitch on the way from the right-handers, right there at the knees, 98.3 miles an hour for Marcus Semien. It's 0-1. Marcus Semien batting 190 in this postseason. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Cutter out wide. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Tries to get him to chase the bender off the corner. Taken all the way. Good take by Semien. 1-2. The 1-2 delivery from Kelly. Down and away wide. Sinker misses. Evens up the count at 2-2. All 4 pitches have been on the outer part of the plate. He's gone 4-seam cutter, slider, sinker. The 2-2 delivery from Kelly. Quickly back to work. Swing and taps that foul off the plate. We'll do it again. Ole Miss leads Vanderbilt 13-0 in the first quarter. Tennessee 20-10 over Kentucky late in the second. The 2-2 pitch from Kelly. Swung on, chopped foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Atlanta's Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets are just underway. They're scoreless with North Carolina. And Ohio State leads Wisconsin late in the first by a field goal. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the slider, chasing off the edge, and there's one away. Good pitch by Kelly. Kind of has a wry smile there. Got him to chase one just off the edge. So 1 down. That'll bring Corey Seager to the plate. Seager, of course, had the dramatic game-tying home run last night in the 9th inning. First pitch to Seager is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Corey Seager, 327 in this postseason, but 0 for 5 lifetime versus Kelly. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, pops up, high in the sky. Drifting back, making the catch in shallow center field is the shortstop Perdomo, and there's quickly 2 away. I was a little surprised that Kelly had not seen Seager more often, considering both of them had been in the National League West for quite some time. And Seager being a left-handed batter, you know he would be in the lineup. Then again, Seager was hurt quite a bit during his Dodger career. Evan Carter comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Evan, 93 miles an hour, right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Rocks and fires up high. 1-1. Yeah, Dusty Baker retiring really opens up a very coveted managerial position. Now there's been rumors out there talking about Ron Washington. I just don't know if they're going to go with an older coach like that, or if as the pitch is swung on, foul back out of play, we'll do it again. It's 1-2. I think Ron Washington more likely has seen his days of managing probably over. I could see him getting a chance, but at the same token, I would think Houston would want to go with the youth movement. The 1-2 pitch, right there, caught looking, strike 3. Got him with the sinker. That'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We got a bit of a pitcher's duel here in the Lone Star State. We'll be back in a flash. Game number 2.
Yo. Hey, I got some news, bro. Katie is no longer my girlfriend.
Oh, thank God. I hated that.
What the Jeff? I was gonna say she's not my girlfriend, man. She's my fiance.
Hi, Katie. Congrats, guys.
Armchair.
Satchel Paige always thought he was the greatest pitcher in the world, and Josh Gibson thought he was the greatest hitter in the world, and we did too. And Satchel and Josh in this World Series ball game, Satchel pitching, and we got a ball game 1 against the Monarchs with 2 out in the 9th inning. First place hitter, he tripped on Satchel. We got 2 out, so that didn't bother us in at all. So Satchel called me, he said, come in. I said, what do you want, Satchel? He said, let me tell you what I'm thinking to do. He said, I'm going to walk Howard Easterland. I'm going to walk Buck Leonard. I'm going to pitch to Josh Gibson. I said, man, don't be facetious. He said, that's what I'm going to do. I said, time. I called the manager, who was Frank Duncan. I said, Frank, you got to listen to what Satchel said. And so Satchel told him what was going to happen. Now, when he was walking Buck, Josh was in the circle. He talking to Josh all the time. Said, Josh, do you remember the day? Told you that one day we were going to meet and we were going to see who was the best. He said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Satchel said, all right. Said, now it's the time to prove this thing. So when Josh comes up to the bat, listen, let me tell you what this man did. He said, now I'm ready. So I'm going to throw you some fastball. I'm going to throw you a fastball, belt high, boom, strike 1. Josh didn't move with that. He said, now I'm going to show you another fastball, boom, strike 2. He said, now, Josh, I've got you 2 strikes and no balls. You know, in this situation, I'm supposed to knock you down, brush your back. He said, but I'm not going to throw any smoke at your yoke. I'm going to throw a pea at your knee, boom, strike 3. And when he struck him out and he walked off the field and walked by me and said, nobody hit Satchel.
are scoreless heading to the top of the second inning. Jordan Montgomery will go back to work. Christian Walker, the cleanup hitter, will lead us off. First pitch on the way is 91 miles an hour, just under the hands, right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Walker batting 163 in this postseason. Lefty-righty matchup. Montgomery comes set. The southpaw delivers. Swing, and that ball's grounded over towards short. It's going to be a dribbler into the glove of Seager. He fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. One away. One down. Tommy Pham will come to the plate. He had a home run last night. 1 for 5 in the series. Pham 0 for 4 lifetime versus Montgomery. The first pitch on the way is down below the knees, right there for a sinker. Low strike. It's 0-1. Pham hitting .213 in the postseason. Does have some home runs with his base hits, though. The 0-1 pitch swung on, dribbled over towards third. Going to have to fire it over to first base. Barehanded, coming up, scoops, fires, and Pham will beat it out for the first base hit of the evening for either side. Good hustle by Pham. You couldn't have rolled it down there any better. Pretty good effort by Josh Young, who had to grab it barehanded and try to beat out Pham, who still runs well even into his early 30s. That'll bring Gurriel to the plate. Gurriel takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Lourdes Gurriel batting .245 in the postseason with 2 home runs. Telly didn't like that call, but it looked like it was right there. Also, Quinn Walcott will call more strikes low than high. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get dribbled over to second. It's going to be a 6-4-3 inning-ending double play. So Montgomery gives up a base hit, but rallies with the double play. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Radio bringing you the 2023 World Series.
So how did you two meet?
Actually, we met in gym locker room.
Yeah. Actually, it was in gym class. I was trying to climb the ropes, and was spotting me. And I kept slipping and burning my thighs. And then finally I slipped and I fell on his head. We've been close ever since.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
If only the world was less like this.
I could use a smoke.
Hey, put that out!
And more like this.
I could use a smoke.
You murderer! I might have children one day!
If you're around a smoker, you will die. Smokers may look relaxed and like they're having fun. Don't believe it. Vote yes on Proposition 421. Let's outlaw smoking everywhere, even in people's homes. Let's live in a world without smokers. Prohibition works. Let's prove it. Let's move up the food chain. It's time to smoke the smokers. Vote yes on Proposition 421.
Armchair.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Despite I love King Kelly. I just love King Kelly. It's one of the great stories, my favorite. Is a day when he was sitting on the bench. And the rule at that time was that if you wanted to substitute for a player, all you had to do was announce yourself. So a foul ball comes in the direction of the bench. Kelly stands up, yells out, "Kelly now catching for Boston." Catches the ball, and it's recorded as an out. This is the trickster. This is the villain. This is the fool. He is also a great, great player. He is all the wonderful archetypes of baseball wrapped into one. And he also managed to drink himself to death before he hit the age of 40. So that's also an archetype, alas, in baseball.
Welcome back. Heading to the bottom of the second inning. Texas will grab the bats. We are scoreless, 0-0, Arizona, Texas, game 2. Texas leads this series 1-0. Yeah, you know, Gary, as far as Ron Washington is concerned, he does drive us nuts. As Kelly goes back to work and the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike, it's 0-1. But all in all, I'll take Ron Washington over just about anybody. As the 0-1 pitch, kicks and fire, swung on, chopped over towards third. Longoria's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out to start the bottom of the second. I like what Ron Washington does that's not third base coach related, meaning all the work that he does with the infield, and he has a close bond with all those guys, and I think that's great. As the first pitch on the way to Mitch Garver's 92 miles an hour right there at the knees. On the outer cut, it's 0-1. I would just like to try him somewhere other than third base coach. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Over the top, it's 0-2. I would like to either see EY take over third base coach and him go over to first, or maybe have him sit there on the bench with Snicker as the 0-2 pitch is down and away, misses 1-2. And it's not just worrying about him sending guys when he shouldn't send them and all that kind of stuff. It's also the fact they need some kind of a fire in that dugout, and Ron Washington might be it. The 1-2 pitch, swung on, pops it up. Can of corn high in the sky. Calling fair catches Longoria in the infield grass just left of the pitcher's mound, and there's 2 away. So you got to think about when your third base coach is standing out there during the at-bats, he's not in the dugout, and a personality like Ron's, who's a big personality, it really might help out with getting them. As the first pitch on the way to Heim is swung on, popped up high in the sky, not quite deep enough. That'll be caught by the center fielder, Alec Thomas, for a quick out number 3. So that'll be it. 3 up, 3 down. We'll hold that thought. Be back in a flash. We're heading to the top of the third. Scoreless. Game number 2.
You're not out there. You can't be, because I am out there. And if I see you out there, there's not enough voltage in this world to electroshock me back into coherence.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
The Federal League owners fought back, charging that the major leagues constituted a monopoly, and they sued organized baseball in federal court in Chicago in 1915. The presiding judge was said to be death on trusts, but he was also a baseball fan. He refused to rule quickly, and the months dragged on. Finally, Federal League owners, increasingly strapped for cash after 2 shaky seasons, gave up. The new league collapsed. So did Ban Johnson's promises of better pay. Chris Speaker's salary was cut in half. The players were as powerless as they had been before, and still the federal judge had not ruled.
Do you realize that a decision in this case may tear down the very foundations of this game? Any blows at the thing called baseball would be regarded by this court as a blow to a national institution. Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis.
Welcome back. But to finish that thought on Ron Washington, I would just like to see what he could do in the dugout. Maybe you put Walt Weiss out there at third. I don't know, but I would like to see a different personality in that dugout. I'd also like to see them bring someone in, but someone with more of a fiery personality that'll kind of light a fire under them boys come postseason. Montgomery goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Alec Thomas is swung on, and he'll rifle that into right field. And so far, Alec Thomas having himself a pretty good World Series. That's his third hit. And it's a leadoff single here in the top of the third. Good piece of hitting by Thomas. He was sitting dead red and just drove it into right field. Hard hit ball. Garcia got it on pretty quickly, so no chance for Thomas to advance to second. So runner on first, nobody out, and Evan Longoria steps to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup, the pitch on the way. Longoria drops down a bunt, a good bunt, and Montgomery has to jump on it like a cat on a hot tin roof, turns, fires, flips it over to first, and it's a 1-3 put out, but Thomas goes down to second, and there's one away. Talked about this earlier, I believe it was last night, about how Arizona's not scared to play small ball. They believe in that bullpen. The bullpen let them down last night, but all in all, they believe if they can get a lead, they can put the pressure on you going to that bullpen. First pitch on the way to Perdomo is right there inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Geraldo Perdomo batting .282 this postseason. He was 1 for 3 last night, has an .800 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, Perdomo shows bunt, pulls it back, but called for a strike. It's 0-2. So he's gone sinker, four seam, back-to-back, both of them right in that same general area on the inner part of the plate, about belt high. The 0-2 pitch to Perdomo, high and out of the zone. It's 1-2. The clock will be ticking. 5 days after the World Series ends, the Atlanta Braves have some decisions to make on if they're going to pick up player options. For you Braves fans out there, that's everybody in Major League Baseball. Is Montgomery steps off the rubber and fires it over to second real quick. Keep Thomas close by. It's a 1-2 count to Perdomo. One out, top of the third, scoreless game. Simeon sneaking over towards second base. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit over towards short, deep in the hole. Good throw by Seager, gets the runner. A 6-3 put out. Young goes from second to third. He's 90 feet away from scoring, but there are two outs. Good defensive play by Seager. He got him by about a step, but he doesn't charge that ball. Perdomo would have beaten that out. Runner on third, two outs, and the top of the order flips back over. Ketel Marte, who's 0 for 1, swung at the first pitch his first time up. First pitch on the way to Marte that time is 93-mile-an-hour single right there at the knees on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Montgomery fires away, and the pitch is off the plate wide, 1-1. And I think you could maneuver it where Washington would not be offended, and you could bring him into the dugout if you sold it to him the fact that they need his leadership in there. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky into center field. That'll be an easy out, and that'll end the inning. Arizona threatens but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash. 0-0 heading to the bottom of the third.
I tried this one chili and it set my mouth on fire, and I had to drink a 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Bruton Smith recently suggested that maybe throwing out some cautions to break up the long green flag runs. What's your take on that idea?
Same guy ruined Bristol.
Let's just start at the beginning. Let me just lay something out here for you guys. Is it everyone in this room, is it your understanding that when they throw the green flag, right, that the only reason another flag is going to come out, like a yellow one or a red one, before that checkered flag comes out, if there's a condition on the racetrack that is unsafe to continue the race? Is that what everybody understands? If we start getting away from that and we say, okay, halfway through the race, we're going to throw a caution, we're all going to line back up. Well, now it's two races. Where the first race doesn't even matter. You know, now you just got a shorter race. The lead in basketball is a figurative one. So it's as if you stop the quarter in basketball and then you even the score. And racing, I go out there and I gain an advantage. That caution erases that advantage. It's my opinion that takes something away from the sport.
Armchair.
As I look back, remember now, my mother would make a ball out of a sock and put a rock inside of it, and you play with that. And as I got a little bit older, the guys, when they break a bat, we put tacks and nails in it and put tape on it, and we just make up a little team. And as I got a little bit old, all the towns and cities had baseball teams, factory teams, and or steel mill or furniture store, because that was basically the only thing that you could do was play baseball in the summertime.
Welcome back. We're heading to the bottom of the third inning. Yeah, Ron Washington typically works with the infield, mainly because that's his background. First pitch on the way from Merrill Kelly to Nathaniel Lowe is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. He's out there every day working with them on ground balls, just like the most minuscule is the 1-0 pitch is swung on, chop foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Some of these everyday routine, get out there, work ground balls, stuff that a lot of guys don't like to do. Evidently, he's the first one out there. And I've heard as much to say as the 1-1 pitch misses high, 2-1. When he was out there for the All-Star game a couple of years ago, there were players, not only, that obviously are coming from other teams, but American League guys coming over, meeting Ron Washington and working with him. And they said he was the first one to grab his mitt and go out there. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 2-2. It's obviously going to be a highly coveted managerial position in Houston. The team's going to be a contender once again next year. They've got a lot of young talent. The 2-2 pitch swung on, banged off the plate. Doesn't necessarily shock me that Dusty Baker wants to step away from the game. I mean, saw a thing where they were talking about he started his career facing guys like Hoyt Wilhelm, who were born in 1922. As the 2-2 pitch swung on, chopped foul off the plate. Do it again. So if you think about that, you talk about, you take it all the way to 2023. It's encompassing 100 years. The 2-2 pitch caught, looking, strike 3. Hit him with the gas on the outer edge, and there's one away. Yeah, I'd say that'd be a big stretch. So one down. Merrill Kelly goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Young is down below the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. For folks not familiar with Merrill Kelly, he's one of the better right-handers in the National League. The 0-1 pitch, kicks and fires, just grabs the outer corner, called for a ball. It's 1-1. I suspect this is going to be a low-scoring game. It's going to come down to who gets the big hits in the middle innings. The 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Young, one down. Tavares stands on deck. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is lifted down the left field line, bending foul before it gets to the foul pole, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 from Kelly. 31 pitches into the night. Pitch on the way. Down and away, 3-2. Ohio State leads Wisconsin 10-0 in the second quarter. Ole Miss all over Vanderbilt 26-0 midway through the second. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and grounded right to Perdomo at short. He'll fire it over to first. High throw, but the catch is made by Walker, and there's 2 down. So 2 down, bottom of the third inning. That'll bring up the left-handed bat of Tavares. He takes the first pitch on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. One of the advantages that Kelly has coming into this game is so few of their batters have seen him. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good sinker down and away. It's 0-2. So you figure the second and third time through the lineup, Texas will get better looks at Kelly, and you had an 0-2 count, 2 outs. Kelly turns and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the changeup, and that'll end the inning. Another 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Corbin Carroll leading us off.
I feel so bad about lying. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work.
He probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th, Two of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder, a former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle. He transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished third spot in the batting order. Like hell I will.
I was a natural-born kicker, bent upon making trouble for others. I had an instinctive dislike both to study and work, and I shirked them whenever the opportunity offered. Cap Anson.
His real name was Adrian Constantine Anson, but those who cheered him for 27 years knew him first as Baby, then as Cap, and finally as Pop. He was the greatest player of his century. Anson played every position but pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics, then joined Spalding's Chicago White Stockings and became first baseman and captain. He batted over 300 for 20 consecutive seasons, drove in 1,700 runs, and was the first man ever to accumulate 3,000 hits. Chicago fans loved Anson, but his players did not. He was too stern a taskmaster for that, imposing
Welcome back. First pitch swung on by Corbin Carroll has popped up. Easy fly ball into shallow left field. Making the catch is the shortstop Seager, drifting back and closing the glove, and there's one away. Montgomery has thrown just 30 pitches. Arizona could come back to regret that, not working the counts with Montgomery. So that'll bring Moreno to the plate. Moreno 0 for 1. The first pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and deals. Right there. Grabs outer edge for a strike. It evens up the count at 1-1. Goes curveball on the first pitch, then smacks the sinker on the side of the edge for strike one. The 1-1. Swing and pops it back, foul out of play. It's 1-2. Thanks, Goat. We're just making sure that you were alive. So a 1-2 count. Lefty-righty matchup, one down. The pitch on the way inside just misses 2-2. The 2-2. Heim sets up. Glove down. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and chops that foul off the plate. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. Oof. Yeah. I feel you on that one, Goat. Going to the great Walmart on a Saturday afternoon. That's good stuff right there. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Moreno. Down and in, tried to get him to chase that curveball below the knees. Full count, 3-2. Diamondbacks nothing, Rangers nothing. Top of the fourth inning, 1 down. Much quicker game than what we got in game number 1. That game crawled along went to extra innings, mind you, but it lasted over 4 hours last night. The 3-2 delivery from Montgomery. Pitch on the way. Swing! And rifles that foul over the first base dugout. Do it again. Nothing else. Moreno seeing some pitches and getting a few pitches up on that pitch count for Montgomery. Montgomery sitting still at just 37 pitches. 1 out here in the 4th. The payoff pitch. Swung on, lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Is it gone? It is gone! Ramalama ding dong, zip boom bam. A solo shot. And Gabriel Moreno makes it 1-0. He absolutely plants that into the left field, over the left field wall. Kept going and going and going. Wasn't sure if it was going to have the distance, but it had plenty. Goes into the bullpen back there, and it's 1-0 Arizona. First pitch on the way by Walker. Swung on, hit hard on the ground. Young jumps up, grabs it, fires it over to first, and beats Walker by about a half step. Good defensive play by Young, and there's 2 away. Josh Young had to dive to his right, backhand the ball, comes to his feet in foul territory, jumps up like a cat and fires it over to first. Just got Walker. Walker doesn't have great speed, but he runs fairly well. The 2 down. First pitch on the way to Pham is swung on, chopped over towards right field. That is a fair ball. Garcia takes his time getting over there, scoops it, bumps into the wall, and then gently throws it back into the infield. It's a 2-out double by Tommy Pham. I don't know if Garcia just given up on the idea of throwing him out. He scoops that ball up and then just kind of stops his momentum and flips it into the infield. You would have thought he would have came up throwing it much quicker. So 2 down, runner on second, top of the 4th inning. Gurriel at the plate, the pitch on the way. Down and in for a ball, it's 1-0. Arizona 1, Texas 0. Top of the 4th inning, game 2. Texas won game 1, 6-5 in extra innings. Lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals. Swung on. That ball is going to get dumped into left field. Here comes Pham. They're sending him. He's coming around. He will score, and it is 2-0 Arizona. The throw was cut off and then fired over to first to catch Gurriel with his hand in the cookie jar. He got back in time under the throw. And it's an RBI single for Lourdes Gurriel. Just kind of fisted it over the infield. A little bit of a jam shot, but had just enough strength to get it over shortstop and have it dump into left field for an RBI single. Two nothing your score, top of the 4th inning. They're going to go out there and have a chat with Montgomery. Nothing more than that. He's only at 42 pitches. and has pitched really well. So that'll bring Alec Thomas to the plate. Thomas, 1-for-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch to Thomas. Curveball right there at the knees. Guess they're calling that a ball. That's a bad call by Wolcott, who's been calling a pretty good game so far. It's 1-0. Infield is back, but third base is in to prevent the bunt by Thomas. The 1-0. Montgomery comes set, pitch on the way, right there at the knees on the outer edge. Good sinker. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The southpaw comes set and lets her fly. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to first. Lowe's got it, steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Arizona Diamondbacks put 2 on the board. It is 2-0. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th, Texas to answer.
So speaking of exes, my old boyfriend came over late last night, and yada, yada, yada. Anyway, I'm really tired today.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
One of baseball's most beloved stars was Cleveland pitcher Addie Joss. He was nicknamed the human hairpin because of his height and the exaggerated motion with which he hurled the ball. He had won 20 or more games 4 seasons in a row and was a favorite with fans and players alike. Even opposing players enjoyed hearing him harmonize with Ed Walsh of the Chicago White Sox. But Joss had a terrible secret. He was suffering from meningitis. He struggled through the 1910 season, even pitched a no-hitter without telling anyone. But he collapsed before an exhibition game the following spring. Joss died 11 days later. He was just 31.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Welcome back. We're heading to the bottom of the 4th inning. Texas trails 2-0. Coming to the plate is the top of the order, Marcus Semien. He'll fire the first pitch on the outer edge for a strike. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rocks and fires. Swung on. That ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track just before the warning track. Making the catch is Gurriel for a long, loud out, number 1. The body language by Merrill Kelly made me think he might have hit it a little farther, and he's still shanking his head. I think he's just upset that he let him hit it that well. But he kept it in the park, and there's 1 down. Merrill Kelly will go back to work. So that'll bring Corey Seager to the plate. Seager, last night's hero, the first pitch on the way. He swings and drills a pitch out into deep center field. Making the catch is Thomas for a quick out number 2. Hit the ball, hard hit ball, but not a lot of carry. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. That'll bring Evan Carter to the plate. Carter swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of play. It's 0-1. Man, if that ball stays in play, he would have gotten out of here with a 3 or 4 pitch inning. The 0-1 pitch. Kelly rocks and fires. Swung on. That ball is lifted into center field. It is going to get down for a base hit. And it's the first base runner, first base hit of the game for the Texas Rangers. So the perfect game goes by the wayside here in the 4th inning. Didn't hit it hard, but just got it out on the end of the bat, and it dropped out in front of him. Adolis Garcia comes to the plate representing the tying run. Pitch on the way. Outside wide for a ball quickly. Moreno fires it down to first. See if he can keep the runner close by, maybe catch him with the hand in the cookie jar. He's back safely. It's 1-0. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky into right field, not nearly deep enough. Making the catch is Carroll. Though he gives up the base hit, a pretty quick inning. Will head to the 5th. Arizona leads it 2-0.
Men don't voice their feelings because half the time they end up upsetting their woman when they do. And then they have to console her about how his feelings made her feel.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Camden Yards is where the Baltimore Orioles play their home games. The ballpark was actually built very close to where Babe Ruth was born. In fact, Ruth's father allegedly owned a pub exactly where center field is today.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
It's a game where the emphasis during the course of it is put on a single individual. Fly ball goes out towards the left fielder, and yes, this moment of what's going to happen. Fred Snodgrass, who was one of the great players for the Giants back in the old days, I think it was in 1912, he missed a fly ball which lost the Giants the World Series. When he died, this enormously successful man at the age of 83 or something like that, a banker in California, whatever. Fred Snodgrass dies, muffed fly ball in 1912. I mean, this, and despite his success, despite his joys or grandchildren and so forth, there was this one stigma that was attached to him for the rest of his life. So it does indeed have to do with you better catch that fly ball out in left field or you're marked forever.
welcome back. We are heading to the top of the fifth inning. 2-0 is your score here in game number 2. Texas leads the series 1-0. First pitch on the way from Jordan Montgomery. So he goes back to work. To Evan Longoria is way outside wide for a ball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Longoria, first time up, sack bunted the runner into scoring position. The 1-0. Down and in, curveball misses, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Comes set. Montgomery looks in, the pitch on the way. Down and away, sinker misses, ball 3. Three-0 your count. Top of the fifth inning, nobody on, nobody out. The 3-0 pitch. Taken all the way right there at the knees for a strike. It's 3-1. The 3-1. Montgomery looks in. They set up on the outside. Pitch, kicks, and deal. Swung on. That ball's grounded over to short. Easy ground ball as Seager scoops it and flips it over to first. 6-3 put out. There's one away. Hit the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Here on a college football Saturday. Washington, number 5 in the land, leads Stanford by 8 at the half. Air Force and Colorado State are tied in the third quarter. First pitch on the way to Perdomo. Down and in. Did he go around? Look like he did. He did. It's 0-1. Number 21, Tennessee over Kentucky by 6. That game is in the third. Ohio State leads Wisconsin 10-3 at halftime. Ole Miss all over Vanderbilt 26-0 at the half. The 0-1 pitch swung on. That ball is roasted down the left field line. Just foul. It's 0-2. UCLA leads Colorado 7-6 towards the half. Georgia Tech trails by 14 to North Carolina. That game is in the second. James Madison, number 25 in the country, they lead Old Dominion 7-3 in the second. Florida State pounds Wake Forest 41-16 earlier today. Oklahoma, number 6 in the country, upset by Kansas 38-33. The 0-2 pitch. Down and in. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. Penn State holds on to beat Indiana 33-24. Georgia 43-20 over Florida in the world's largest outdoor cocktail party in the world. Texas 35-6 over BYU. Oregon pounds Utah 35-6. The 1-2 pitch swung on, chopped, foul down the line. Do it again. Number 14 Notre Dame 58. Pittsburgh 7. Duke gets shut out by Louisville with their backup quarterback 23-0. Tulane over Rice. And Southern Cal by 1 point at Cal 50-49. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard. The 1-2 pitch misses high. 2-2. The 2-2. Lefty righty, pitch on the way, swing, and that ball is laced into center field. That ball is going to get down for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single. The Arizona Diamondbacks, who lead it 2-0. Games 3, 4, and 5 will all be in Arizona Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. We'll have them all right here, 8:03 first pitch. There may be some distractions on Tuesday night. It is Halloween, and we do live in an area where the kids like to ring the doorbell to get their candy. So we may have to get up every once in a while to deal with that. First pitch on the way to Marte is swung on, pops it up high in the sky, drifting back, making the catch is Simeon, and there's 2 away. Arizona 2, Texas nothing. Top of the 5th inning. That'll bring Corbin Carroll to the plate. Warming up in the bullpen is Dane Dunning. That was the combo Texas went with the other night. First pitch on the way to Carroll is off the plate wide. Called for a wide first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 lefty-lefty matchup. Carroll digs in. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate, out of the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runner on first, 2 out. The pitch, swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Montgomery comes set, fires away, swung on, chopped foul down the first base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. Montgomery, very economical, only 61 pitches. The 1-2. Perdomo inching towards second. He goes. Runner is gone, and the throw is on the way. He is safe with a head first slide. Good bit of base running there by Perdomo. Good jump. Pretty good throw by Heim, but that jump was just absolutely got it stolen. He probably had 4, maybe even 5 steps before Montgomery threw the ball to first. Threw the ball home, excuse me. So runner on second, 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Carroll. Ball 3. A base hit would score Perdomo. Standing on deck is Moreno. We talked about the success Moreno has had against Montgomery. Though he's only at 63 pitches, they do have the bullpen working. You do wonder if Dunning is going to be brought in to face the right-handers. Heim wants to go talk to Montgomery, so he'll trot out there to the mound. Might be going over signs with the runner standing on second. Corbin Carroll. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He had never seen Jordan Montgomery before. Heim heads back behind home plate. Lefty. Montgomery comes set. The payoff pitch. Time is called. Carroll wants to use his timeout, so a little bit of a cat and mouse game here between Corbin Carroll and Jordan Montgomery. He'll step out of the box. Montgomery will step off the rubber for a second. Both will come set again. You got a 3-2 count, runner on second, 2 outs. A single would score the run. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and pops it up. High in the sky. Should be out number 3. It is. Josh Young catches it between third and home. So Arizona threatens but fails to push the run across. They lead by just 2. We head to the bottom of the inning. Texas trails 2-0.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt, get out in the gym and start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back. Yeah, the Texas Rangers have never won the World Series. They have been twice. I think everybody more remembers the loss to the Cardinals more than anything else, but they forget about the one to the Giants. First pitch on the way to from Merrill Kelly is right there for a strike on the edge to Mitch Garver. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, righty-righty matchup, slider down below the knees, 1-1. The one against the Giants was kind of ho-hum. The one against the Cardinals, that was the one where everybody remembers because of those. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is lifted high and deep, going back on the track. It is gone. A solo shot. Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. It's 2-1 here in the Lone Star State. Third postseason home run for Mitch Garver. Trots around the bases and cuts the lead in half to 1. That was a hanger, and Garver did not miss it. First pitch on the way to Jonah Heim is swung on and banged off the plate foul. It's 0-1. First real mistake that Kelly has made tonight. He's had a couple of pitches that have been hit fairly deep, but that one was an absolute hanger. It's the 0-1 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup on the way, down and away for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Merrill Kelly lets it fly, swing, and fouls it straight back. It's 1-2. The one against the Cardinals was the more memorable one in 2011. That was the one that the famous gaff out there in right field by Nelson Cruz that led to the floodgates opening with David Freese and company coming back and winning the World Series against Texas. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide. It's 2-2. Of course, Arizona, everybody remembers that one because it was A, it was against the Yankees. B, it was in the 2001 season. The 2-2 pitch swung on, chopped high chopper, 2-hopper, and a barehanded grab by Christian Walker. Flips it over to first. Kelly covering the bag. Nifty little play to record the out. The ball actually hit the pillow. I thought it did at first. Wasn't sure until I saw the replay. The ball hit the bag, and normally that turns into a disaster. Walker's momentum was taking him to foul territory. He barehanded it with his right hand and was able to keep the ball heading towards the bag as the pitcher covered the pitch. First pitch on the way to low is swung on, hit high and deep into left field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Gurriel, and there's 2 away. Tell you what, 99 times out of 100, the ball hits the bag. That turns into a base hit. Arizona holds on to win this game. Circle that play because that could have turned into an unraveling here. So 2 down. One ball has gone out. The other one was given a long ride, but Merrill Kelly has hung a couple of pitches this inning. First pitch on the way to Young is swung on, hit into the hole, backhanded by Perdomo. He leaps to his feet. Ball pops out of his glove. It'll be an infield single. I don't think Perdomo had any shot at getting Young on that play. He was just stopping the ball from rolling into the outfield. So it's an infield single with 2 away. Two down. They're going to go out there and talk to Kelly real quick. Letty Taveras is coming to the plate, the number 9 hitter. They've shown that replay a few times. Christian Walker making that barehanded grab as the ball hit the first base bag. I'll tell you what, that is an impressive play. First pitch on the way to Taveras is right there at the knees for a strike on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Outside wide. Just misses that one. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Kelly turns and spins and fires it over to first to keep Young close by. Pretty good pickoff move there by Merrill Kelly. The 1-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-1. Yeah, Ron Washington was actually the manager for both of those teams. He didn't get busted for the drugs till a couple of years later. The 2-1 pitch. Kelly comes set. Kicks and fires. Right there at the knees, it's 2-2. 2-2 the count, 2'd out. A 2-1 score. There's one on. Kelly's pitch count now up to 57. The pitch on the way, swung on, tap foul off the home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Deuce is wild here in Texas. Arizona leads 2-1. A 2-2 count with 2 outs. Tying run on first. Go ahead run at the plate. The pitch on the way. Swing and chopped comebacker to the mound. Kelly's got it. Fires it over to first. And it is a 1-3 put out to end the inning. But not before the Texas Rangers put one on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Game number 2 of the World Series.
Personal foul, 69, offense. He was giving them the business.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Now Don Mattingly, an emerging star. Mattingly last year was called up by the Yankees from Columbus the day Bobby Mercer retired. He'd been with him prior to that, but had been sent out. And he's not only won a spot on the roster, he's in the lineup, he's hitting third, and he's leading the league at .338. That's drilled to the gap in right center field, and it is off the fence. Randolph was running all the way, so he is being waved in. Whitaker's going to Parrish, is not in time on a double by Mattingly.
First game I went to, May 30th, 1956, Yankee Stadium. We drove from Long Beach, Long Island to the Bronx. Almost took 2 hours. And as we came up into the Bronx and Jerome Avenue, my dad said, there it is. And, you know, I'd seen games before, but on TV. And there it was. And it like ate up the Bronx. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen in my life. And it had that great roof, that green copper roof. And the breeze was just blowing all those pennants in the roof, you know, just going like that, telling you which way the wind was blowing. And I had my glove and everything. And I sat like in between third base and home plate, like real close.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Gabriel Moreno, swing and taps it just in front of the mound. Jumping on it is the catcher. Heim fires it down to first, and it's a quick 2-3 put out for out number 1. Here in the 6th inning, it's about that time to turn back time. Squeeze these in as we go along. So 1 down. That'll bring Christian Walker to the plate. Christian Walker, man, has his bat been cold. 156 in this postseason. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way from Montgomery is right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Drifting back. Making the catch is low. Kind of an eventful play. He was twisting and turning, but makes the grab anyways for out number 2. So 2 down, and Tommy Pham will come to the plate. Pham, who had his double his last time up. Tommy Pham digs in. Montgomery comes set. Lefty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Pitch on the way outside wide. Ball 2, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Montgomery at just 69 pitches. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the right field line. That's a fair ball. It's going to come carrying off the gate. Pham's got time to run from first to second. Is he in? He is in with the feet first slide with 2 away. Pham busted it down the line the whole way. That ball came back to Garcia pretty quickly. Gave him a chance to make that much closer play than expected. Just kind of shot it down the right field line. It just stayed fair. Kicked foul and then came off the gate. Pretty good throw, but the feet first slide by Pham hit Tommy in the leg as he was sliding into second. So 2 down, top of the 6th, and they'll automatically walk Lourdes Gurriel to face the left-hander Alec Thomas. Runners on first and second, 2 out. On this date, 1953, the immortal Red Barber resigns as Brooklyn Dodgers broadcaster. Will take the catbird seat with the rival New York Yankees. The old redhead, as Montgomery turns around and fires it over to second. Tommy Pham is caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Picked off at second by Pham. Bad base running job by Pham. We'll be back in a flash. Arizona leads it by only 1.
You mind if we ask you a quick question?
Sure, go ahead. What you got?
We're doing a survey and we're asking people, what would you do if somebody broke into your house with the intentions to rob and harm your family?
Oh, I'd call 811.
811? You mean 911?
No, 811, because I'm going to need to know where to dig a hole.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
You polish off that plate and you break the record. 28. That one makes 26.
Stand back, everybody. The record falls tonight.
Look at him go. I believe he's right. I believe that record will fall tonight.
28.
29! The new record! And he's still going. I thought that record was going to last forever. Most folks just don't seem to have a taste for testicles no more. Testicles?
Yes, ma'am. Sheep balls.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you me. I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back. 0-1 count from Kelly to Simeon on the way. Right there at the knees for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. On this date, 1953, Red Barber resigns as Brooklyn Dodger broadcaster. Will take the catbird seat with the rival New York Yankees. The 0-2 pitch, outside wide, 1-2. The old redhead reportedly left the team because he was upset with the Brooklyn owner, Walter O'Malley's refusal to support him when he failed to get a higher fee from Gillette, the sponsor of the 53 World Series. Pitch on the way, down and away, it's 2-2. The 2-2. Caught, looking, strike three. Got him on the outside corner, and there's one away. So one down. Kelly goes back to work. First pitch on the way. Down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Seager. Right there at the knees for a strike. 1-1. The 1-1. Kicks and deals. Swung on. Chops it foul down the third base line. Just foul. It's 1-2. Two-one your score. Bottom of the sixth inning. Pitch on the way to Seager is high and wide out of the zone. It's 2-2. Arizona 2, Texas 1. Bottom of the sixth, one out. Jordan Montgomery and Merrill Kelly in a pitcher's duel. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Kelly at 69 pitches. We are in the sixth inning, so you don't know how much longer they're willing to let him go out there. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Got him with the swing and a miss on the outside top shelf, and there's two away. Merrill Kelly, sixth strikeout of the game. He's pitched a gem so far, other than the hanging breaking ball that led to the home run. His counterpart, Jordan Montgomery, has pitched a great game as well. He's not the strikeout pitcher that a lot of guys are in today's games, but he's gone 6 innings, given up 2 earned runs, scattered 7 hits. First pitch on the way to Evan Carter is right there at the knees on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Jordan Montgomery, more of a throwback type pitcher. He doesn't have the strikeout stuff that Tom Glavine has, but really reminds me of Glavine. The 0-1 pitch, off the plate wide. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-1. On this date in 1980 in baseball history is the 1-1 to Carter. Swing and pops it back foul. It's 1-2. The one-time Florida State University baseball coach Dick Hauser replaces Billy Martin as the Yankee manager. After spending 10 years as the team's third base coach, the new skipper compiles a 103-59 record, leading the team to an AL East championship. But George Steinbrenner fires him after they get swept by Kansas City in the playoffs. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Merrill Kelly strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash. Game number 2 of the Fall Classic.
Can I have the keys?
No! You're out of my will! You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and...
Welcome back. On our turn back time, this is a very special turn back time for those of y'all in Braves country. On this date in 1995, Game 6, Tom Glavine and Mark Wohlers combined for a one-hitter to shut out the Cleveland Indians 1-0, giving the Atlanta Braves their first world championship since arriving in Atlanta, their third World Series overall, and 15th World Championship. David Justice's leadoff homer in the 6th inning off of Jim Poole proves to be the difference after a chorus of boos turn into cheers for the young DJ. And on this date in 2021, the goofy turnback time. First pitch on the way from Montgomery's down and into Thomas. It's 1-0. In a tweet, PETA suggests that baseball replace the term bullpen with arm barn, arguing that the term refers to where bulls go before they are slaughtered. The 1-0 pitch, right down the pipe for a strike. It's 1-0. PETA believes the change would be a home run for baseball and players and animals, is the tweet. And that's your goofy turn back time of the day. For this date in baseball, October 28th, 2023, the 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled into the deep right center field, up against the wall. It's going to go up against the wall, down for a base hit, and Thomas trucks it all the way around to second. He's in for a leadoff double to start the inning. That ball almost left the yard. Alec Thomas has really been hitting well in the playoffs and in this series. Guy that you don't expect a lot from has just caught fire. That ball was just a few feet away from leaving the yard. So top of the 7th inning. Nobody out. The first pitch on the way to Longoria is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Jonah Heim, the Hind catcher, did not like it. He paused for a second before he flipped it back over to the mound. The 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Montgomery comes set, looks back the runner, lets her go. Swing, and that ball's rifled down third base line. It is going to be a fair ball. It is under the glove of Young, and the Diamondbacks are going to come all the way around to score. It's 3-1 Arizona. Hard hit ball. And Alec Thomas had to wait on it because he thought it was going to get defensively played by Young, but when it scoots under his glove, he gets a piece of it, but just enough to slow it down. Thomas then puts on the afterburners and goes second to home, and it's 3-1. Good bit of base running by Thomas, a hard hit ball by Longoria, and they're going to go to the bullpen, or the arm barn if you prefer. We'll be back in a flash.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you... If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Andrew Heaney is the pitcher. He fires the first pitch to Perdomo, who drops a bunt, but it goes foul in between home and first, and it's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Runner on first, nobody out. Arizona leads it 3-1. The 0-1 pitch. Drops that bunt down. That is a very good bunt. Heaney jumps on it, flips it over to first, covering the bag of Simeon. So if you're scoring at home, it's a 1-4 putout. Longoria makes it down to second. There's one away. One out, top of the seventh inning. Heaney now set to face the top of the order. Ketel Marte digs in. He's 0 for 3. First pitch on the way. Right there at the knees, down below the knees. Called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Lefty fires it. Swung on. Chopped over towards third. Throw is in the ground. Scooped by Lowe. A 5-3 putout. They say that he just beat it. That's going to be a close call. We'll see if they want to challenge this. Look at the replay. He scoops it. Just gets it by about a quarter step. There's 2 away. Good play by Lowe. So 2 down. That'll put a lefty-lefty matchup. Corbin Carroll coming to the plate. Carroll 0 for 3. First pitch on the way. 94 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets her fly. Swung on. That ball is going to get laced into left field. It is down for a base hit. And Corbin Carroll has an RBI single as Longoria comes around to score. It is 4-1 Snakes here in the top of the 7th. Good piece of hitting by Carroll. Didn't try to do too much there. Hit it where they ain't. The pitch was on the outer edge, and he just sent it out to left field. Good piece of hitting by Carroll. Bochy's coming back out there, and I guess we're going to get another pitching change. That's indeed what's happening. We'll be back in just a moment. Bochy going to the arm barn once again.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back. Pitching change here in the 7th inning as Arizona leads it 4-1. Dane Dunning, righty-righty matchup versus Moreno, turns around and flips it over to first a couple of times. It's Corbin Carroll, who just had an RBI single, always a threat to go. The pitch on the way is swung on, bang foul down the line. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Moreno. Carroll on first. The throw back over there again. Man, he was leaning towards second. Got in just in time. We'll do it again. The 0-2 pitch. Down and away. 1-2. The 1-2. Pitch on the way just below the knees. Good eye by Moreno. 2-2. The deuce is wild. A 2-2 count. 2 outs. Dunning looking over his shoulder. Carroll bouncing back and forth. The 2-2 pitch. Down and away. Ball 3. So now Carroll will be on the move. Anything in the gap would score him for sure. Corbin Carroll, one of the fastest animals on the planet. He can absolutely fly. The 3-2 pitch. Carroll goes down and away. Ball 4. So Dunning comes out of the pen. Walks the first batter he sees, and there's runners on first and second. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Tennessee Volunteers lead Kentucky by 9 with 5 minutes left in that one. First pitch on the way to Walker is down and away. Did he go around? He did. It's 0-1. Ohio State 17-10 over Wisconsin in the 3rd. The 0-1 righty-righty matchup. Dunning comes set, kicks and deals. Outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Offering by Dunning. Swing, and that ball's a comebacker right to the pitcher mound. Dunning's got it, flips it to first, and it's a 1-3 put out to end the inning. But not before Arizona puts another run on the board. It is 4-1. We'll be back in a flash. Get up and stretch. It's the 7th inning.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right. We out to the we out to the find me something of scratch to jack.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Welcome back. Four to 1 your scores. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. No game tomorrow. Enjoy your football Sunday, and we're back at it Monday night. Thank goodness. Have y'all seen the Monday night slate? Or heck, have you seen the Sunday night slate? There are some bad football games slated for the evenings the next few nights. Chargers and Bears tomorrow night, and then Lions and Raiders on Monday night. Thank God for baseball. Merrill Kelly is going to go back to work here in the 7th. We'll see how long of a leash he has. 74 pitches into the night. The first pitch on the way, down and away. Did he go around? They're going to say Garcia did not. Is 1-0. Adolis Garcia, 345 in this postseason. 8 home runs. The 1-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Righty-righty matchup. Kelly kicks and deals. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Garcia calls timeout. We'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard one more time here in a little bit. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Garcia to start the 7th inning. Garcia, the walk-off home run last night. The 2-2 pitch swing, pops it up, back foul behind home plate, out of play. We'll do it again. He fell on the swing, losing his balance. Just looked like his foot came out from under him. He appears to be okay. The 2-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away. First pitch on the way is Merrill Kelly. Comes set to face Mitch Garver. By the way, Kentucky has scored in that football game. They are trailing by 5 as the first pitch on the way from Kelly to Garver is right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. I'm sorry, 6. It's a 6-point game. The 0-2 from Kelly. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing and banged over towards third. Longoria's got it. Flips it over to first. And it's a 5-3 put out for out number 2. Two down. Jonah Heim is the batter. He's 0 for 2. First pitch on the way to Heim is a fastball wide of the zone. It's 1-0. Texas, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. Arizona, 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. The 1-0 pitch, way outside wide, 2-0. Washington in another scare on the road in Stanford. They lead by 9. The 2-0 pitch. Down below the knees on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 2-1. Heim doesn't like it. He looks over at the bench. Not sure what he wants the bench to do about that. Did look like a low pitch. The 2-1 from Kelly. Outside wide, 3-1. If you're just joining us, this is how we got here. Moreno hit a solo shot as the 3-1 pitch right down the pipe for a strike. It's 3-2. Moreno hit a solo shot to dead center field to make it 1-0. Gurriel singled in Pham after he doubled to make it 2-0. Mitch Garver hit a home run in the 5th to make it 2-1. Then Longoria singled in Thomas, and Carroll singled in Longoria, and that's where we stand 4-1. 3-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. Merrill Kelly is throwing an absolute gem. We will be back in a flash. Game 2 of the 2023 World Series.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Magee's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey.
He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hard-working boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man, and so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back. Tommy Pham, your batter. Stratton, your pitcher. First pitch on the way. Righty-righty matchup. Fastball misses high. It's 1-0. Chris Stratton with a 3.92 ERA. This postseason in 2 2/3 innings and 2 earned runs. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Down the pipe. It's 1-1. Arizona 4, Texas 1, top of the 8th inning. Stratton comes set, the pitch, the kick, right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Tommy Pham, who was picked off as second, is 3 for 3 on the night. The pitch on the way, swung on, pops it back foul. We'll do it again. Five days after the World Series ends, teams have to decide whether or not they are going to pick up the player option. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. A lot of teams are going to have to make a lot of decisions on that. So you'll see some moving and shaking. Please like and subscribe here on Braves Country Radio. We will be doing pop-up shows constantly during the off-season, as you never know when news is going to break. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and chopped foul off the plate. We'll do it again. It's going to be one of your busier off-seasons for a lot of teams, especially Atlanta. There will be players shuffling in and out of all organizations. The 2-2 pitch, inside misses, 3-2. You're going to see a lot of free agents throughout Major League Baseball, expected to be a little heavier than it was last year. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again, full count. So a 3-2 count, top of the 8th inning, nobody out. 4-1 your score. The pitch on the way to Pham swung on. That ball is rifled into center field. That is down for a base hit. And Tommy Pham is 4 for 4 here in game number 2. Continues to swing a hot bat. One on, nobody out. And that'll bring Gurriel to the plate. Standing on deck is Thomas, who's been hot himself. First pitch to Gurriel, drops a bunt. Good bunt. Throws, it's off the side of the pitcher's mound, stumbling, grabbing it, finally firing it over to first is Stratton. He barely got Gurriel in time. One away, and Pham moves down to second. He went to reach for it, and the ball kind of kicked away from him. Then his foot came out from under him as he threw it. Man, is that close. I think they got him, but it is really, really close. It is literally looks like tie goes to the runner there. Because they called it out, I think you would have a hard time getting it overturned, but that is a close play. Alec Thomas comes to the plate, no challenge. First plus pitch on the way is a curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way, down the pipe. It's 0-2. One of the most interesting things for Atlanta is going to be, do they pick up Rosario's $9 million option? Do they pick up Charlie Morton's $20 million option? Does Charlie Morton retire? Is the 0-2 pitch on the way? Outside wide, 1-2. Do they pick up Kirby Yates's 5.75 option? If not, they'll have to pay 1.25 to get out of the deal. I do think that they release Colin McHugh. The 1-2 pitch inside almost gets him. 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Thomas. Runner on second. One out. Infield back and shifted towards the right side of the infield. The 2-2 from Stratton. Swing and rifles it foul. That comes shot putting off of the mask of home plate umpire Quinn Wilcott. He shakes it off and says, "I'm fine, let's go." Man, did that hit him square in the face. Thankfully, they've got those protective masks, because that right there would have knocked him into next week. The 2-2 misses down, 3-2. Yeah, Kevin Pillar is a free agent. So Pillar is going to be able to get a better deal somewhere else. That's what that all comes down to. I would prefer to see them re-sign Pillar, kick Rosario, and then get an answer to platoon with Pillar, but I think he wants to go elsewhere. The 3-2 pitch swung on, foul back out of play. We'll do it again. The constant narrative that we heard during the season with Pilar was the simple fact that he wanted more at bats. And if they bring back Rosario, there's no shot of him wanting to come back. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swing and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again. I would honestly like to see them keep Pilar, give Forrest Wall an opportunity to platoon, maybe even mix in some Vaughn Grissom and say goodbye to Rosario and let Morton retire. The 3-2 pitch, caught looking, strike 3. Thomas gave up on the pitch, and it bended back into the zone to away. Thomas doesn't like it, but I can tell you that looked like a strike all the way. It started out wide. Maybe his eyes just shifted and gave up on it, but it came back into the zone, just clipped it. Good pitch by Stratton for out number 2. This just showed the overhead cam, and it definitely crossed the plate. So 2 down. Simple fact of the matter for Young is you got 2 strikes on you in the World Series. You just can't take a pitch like that. So 2 down. Looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter here. Longoria will take a seat. Remember, they brought on a new glove in the late innings last night at third base. So Longoria appears to be a guy that they pull late in the games for defensive purposes. And right here, they're bringing on Smith, the left-hander, but Bochy's crawling out here towards the mound. It looks like he's going to make yet another pitching change and bring in the left-hander Perez. So we'll take the break with them. Arizona leads 4-1. We'll be back in a flash. Welcome back. Arizona leads this one 4-1. They bring on a lefty to lift to face Rivera. Now, as Smith has been sent down, Martin Perez fires the first pitch in there, first strike. It's 0-1. They bench Longoria to bring in Smith. When they bring in the lefty, they sit Smith to put in Rivera. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, gets away. Not far enough away. Pham will stay put at second. Doesn't want to get thrown out again. So a 1-1 count, top of the 8th inning. Arizona leads it 4-1. If you're just joining us, Merrill Kelly's thrown an absolute gem. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, almost gets gets Rivera. Pham at second. It's 2-1. Rivera had to spin out of the way. Ginkel is warming up in the bullpen. The 2-1 pitch. Kicks and fires. Up high, misses 3-1. Standing on deck is Perdomo, and then the top of the order. Three-1 from Perez. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 3-2. Perez, I noticed he is a free agent as well at the end of this season. So a 3-2 count. Runner at second, 2 outs. Arizona leads it 4-1. The pitch on the way. Outside, wide, high, ball 4. Rivera will head down to first. There's runners on first and second. 2 outs. Perdomo coming to the plate. Geraldo Perdomo, 1 for 2 with a single, a sac bunt, a stolen base. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Geraldo Perdomo, switch inning number 9 hitter, the shortstop for the Diamondbacks. Gets set, and the 0-1 pitch right down the pipe, taken for a strike. 92 miles an hour. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. GP trying to find a way to bring Pham home. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it away. Down and out of play. Do it again. It's 0-2. Perez comes set. Runner on first and second, 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch. Inside, just misses. 1-2. Good take by Perdomo, but boy, was that close. The 1-2 count. Pretty good speed on the base paths. 2 outs. They'll be running at the crack of the bat. The pitch on the way. Down and away. 2-2. So now Perez, who is up 0-2, down nibbling, gets behind 2-2. Standing on deck, Ketel Marte. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, just misses. Ball 3. I mean, he's missing by just a few inches. It's the second fastball that he's missed off the plate just a touch inside. Probably about 2 inches inside. The home crowd wants the call, but it was definitely the good call. So 2 on, 2 out, the payoff pitch. In the dirt, the ball gets away. And Heim has to chase it down in between home plate and the third base dugout. Pham wasn't really paying attention. If he was, he may have scored. By the time he realized what was going on, Heim was on the ball. So bases loaded, 2 outs. Maddox, the pitching coach, is coming out there to talk to Perez as he's unraveling before our eyes. Ketel Marte, switch hitting, leadoff hitter, will be hitting from the right side here. He's known to have much more power from the left side, but still a dangerous bat. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 8th inning. Diamondbacks lead it 4-1. Texas leads the series 1-0. Games 3, 4, and 5 will all be in Arizona. Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. All 8:03 first pitch, we'll have it right here. The first pitch on the way to Marte, down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Perez starts this at bat like he finished the last one, nibbling away. Nowhere to put Marte, though. Bases juice, 2 outs, the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Pumped the fastball right by him. The 1-1. Swung on. That ball is rifled up the middle. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. It's 5-1 Arizona. 2 runs will score. It's 6-1 Arizona. And Ketel Marte comes through with a 2-out single, giving Arizona a 5-run lead. Good piece of hitting by Marte. Just sent it back up the middle. And it was a worm burner in between second and short. Easily coming around to score 6-1, and Corbin Carroll will be the batter. Runner on first and second. 2 outs. The first pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is rifled into right field. Garcia comes up, firing the ball home. It's going to be a 6-hopper that is way too late. It's 7-1 Arizona. The Diamondbacks have blown this one wide open, 7-1, top of the 8th inning. Martin Perez. You know, this is what happens when Bochy's goes to the bullpen that many times. You're eventually going to come up snake eyes. Can't expect every guy at the bullpen to have their best stuff. Felt like he just kind of overmanaged this game. First pitch on the way to Moreno is right there for strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Arizona 7, Texas 1. The 0-1 on the way. Swing and fouls it away. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Perez laboring, 19 pitches into the inning. He's already coughed up several runs. The 0-2 pitch. Perez comes set. Finally lets it go. Caught, looking, strike 3. He's barking at the batter, and it's kind of humorous considering he just got pounded. We'll be back in a flash. Arizona leads at 7-1, and Perez will go brag about all those runs he just gave up.
If I was a flight risk, I wouldn't even be here. I could be in another country this afternoon if I wanted to. I got friends who can create false passports.
All right, I apologize for my client, Your Honor.
Apologize for your client. Don't apologize for me. I didn't rob no bank, okay? I don't want everyone in here thinking I'm some kind of bank robber, okay? I don't need the money. I'm a drug dealer.
They had played 9 years together, and Big Papi never knew Dustin Pedroia's name.
He called me Pee-wee.
Catcher comes over to me and goes, "Hey, what's up, Dustin?" I go, "Hey, what's up, man?" David walks over and goes, "What'd he call you?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "What'd he call you?" I said, "Dustin." He goes, "Why'd he call you that?" I go, "That's my name." He goes, "Oh, is that right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I played 1,600 games with you. They've actually said it 5,000 times. Now batting, number 15, Dustin Pedroia." And he goes, "I thought it was Pee-wee." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, "You thought my parents would name me Pee-wee?"
Armchair.
After the 1934 season, Babe Ruth toured Japan with an all-star team. 500,000 fans turned out in Tokyo to cheer the mythic hero they called Babu Rusu. Babe's big bulk, reported the New York Times, today blotted out such unimportant things as international squabbles over oil and navies. "We like to believe," said the Sporting News, "that countries having a common interest in a great sport would rather fight it out on the diamond than on the battlefield." The Americans won 17 of 18 games. Ruth hit 13 home runs. But in one game, a high school boy named E.G. Sawamura struck out Ruth, Charlie Gehringer, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Fox before the Americans managed to get a single winning run. Sawamura became a national hero, and the tour sparked the formation of the first Japanese professional league.
Ready for the big day, opening day, big game? Mass, we stink every year. This is not a big game. Yes, it is. It's not a big game. Yes, it is. I blew off my daughter's ballet recital for this. I've seen your daughter dance. She sucks. No, she doesn't. Yes, she does. Which one? Ballet Attack. It all sucks.
Marie, you're a beautiful dancer.
Atrocious. Ugh.
Johnny.
Unwatchable.
Stop it.
It's awful.
Lovely.
No, it's not lovely. Someone's got to tell her. It stinks.
Welcome back. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch on the way from Sal Frank. Lefty-lefty matchup is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Sal Frank to face Lowe, Young, and Tavares. The 0-1 misses high and inside, 1-1. Rivera will stay in to play third for Longoria. The 1-1 pitch swing fouls it back out of play. 1-2. Arizona 7, Texas 1, bottom of the 8th inning. The 1-2 from Sal Frank. Swung on, rifled one hopper, hard one hopper, right into the glove of Ketel Marte. He'll fire it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. For out number 1. One down, Josh Young will come to the plate. Young's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way to Young is down and just misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 lefty-righty matchup. Southpaw comes set, kicks and delivers. In the dirt, 2-0. They had Ginkel warming up in the bullpen. This isn't really a situation of usage as the 2-0 pitch is swung on, hit hard on the ground. Rivera backhands it, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. There's 2 away. It's really more of the fact, because you're going to have the day off tomorrow, so you're not as much worried about overusage as overseen. You don't want your opposing batters to see your relief pitchers too many times if you can help it. In a 7-game series, if it goes 7, the familiarity is usually what gets you. First pitch on the way to Taveras is off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, right there at the knees on the outer edge, might have been a touch low. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. Taveras asked for time. Standing on deck is Simeon. The 0-2 pitch outside wide. It's 1-2. Snakes 7, Lawman 1. The 1-2 pitch down and away, 2-2. Ohio State's leading Wisconsin by 2 touchdowns, 3 minutes left. They seem to have that game in order. The 2-2 pitch swung on, rifled over towards short. A long throw, diving catch. Is he out? He is out. What a defensive play by Walker. A bad throw by Perdomo, but Walker dives into the dirt and makes the play. We'll be back in a flash heading to the 9th inning. Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure they're actually going to break. It looked like he kept his foot on the bag. He's definitely out, but I want to see if they're actually going to challenge this. They may be doing it because what the hell, why not? But that was a phenomenal play. I'll tell you what, the wherewithal for Walker, as he went to go down, he stretches his foot backwards to make sure it stays on the bag. It's one of those little things that a lot of folks wouldn't pay attention to. If you watch his foot at the very end, it looks like they're going to challenge, but Arizona's walking off the field. They know what we know, and that is he out. We're heading to the 9th inning.
Steak and donut sandwich, please.
You want cigarettes on that sandwich?
Oh, I look like a Mary? Yes, I want cigarettes.
I tell you what, we had another sorry practice today. These guys, I don't know if we're going to be able to beat anybody this year. Quarterbacks, they can't hit the broadside of a barn right now. I don't know if we can hit that indoor facility right there. Receivers, they couldn't catch a cold if it was the middle of February, dropping everything. Defensive backs, gosh, I wonder why they got grass stains all over their jerseys. They fall about every play. About 2 or 3 of them are falling. And our kickers, gee. It's like the Army, left, right. They're kicking it all over the place. I don't know if we can beat anybody this year. Guys, man, leadership? No, we don't have any leaders out here. Guys are soft. They just can't. I don't know. Maybe I ought to give them a week off and start over and see if we can regroup and find some real tough guys out here.
And is it correct you just started identifying as female 2 weeks ago?
I'm not here to talk about my transition. Let me tell you something. I am the strongest woman this state has ever seen.
Any words for the challenger?
Good luck, Heather.
Luck is for dudes.
Armchair.
In the 1934 All-Star Game, Hubble astonished the baseball world by striking out in succession Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Al Simmons, and Joe Cronin.
I saw so many great pitchers, and maybe it's because of an early impression. But of all the pitchers I saw, thinking in terms of their control of themselves, as well as their ability to throw the ball, to manipulate the pitch, I would say, let's put it this way, if I had a ball game to be pitched and my life hung on the balance, I'd want Carl Hubble to pitch it.
Now you will receive us. We do not ask for your poor or you're hungry. We do not want your tired and sick. It is your corrupt we claim. It is your evil that will be sought by us. With every breath, we shall hunt them down. Each day, we will spill their blood till it rains down from the skies. These are principles which every man of every faith can embrace. These are not polite suggestions. These are codes of behavior.
And shepherds we shall be.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Martin Perez. He's being left out there to take one for the team. First pitch on the way is right there. First strike. It's 0-1. He might regret talking that smack as he hit it to the dugout, but he thought his night was over. The 0-1 pitch, down and in, 1-1. Standing on deck, Tommy Pham and Gurriel, the 1-1. Swing and a miss over the top. It's 1-2. A little surprised they're leaving him out there. Righty, righty, righty to start off the inning for the southpaw. The 1-2 pitch. Perez comes set. On the way. Swing, and that ball's rifled into center field. Down for a base hit. And Walker, who's been 0 forever, finally gets a base hit. And he gets the old Bronx cheer from the dugout. Getting that single, get him off the schneid. Good piece of hitting there by Walker. And you know the whole team has been waiting for him to get a base hit because they all came to their feet and clapping on that single. First pitch on the way. Down and away. Jace Peterson, it's 1-0. Peterson. Pitch hitting for Pham. It's interesting. Wonder if he's okay. The 1-0 pitch. Swing. Pops it back foul. It's 1-1. Arizona 7, Texas 1, top of the 9th inning. The 1-1 to Peterson. Down and away, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Do wonder why he was pulled from the game. Pham, it's a 2-1 pitch, swung on, chopped foul off the instep. It's 2-2. Seriously doubt it was just to get an at bat for Peterson, though it is a 6-run lead. It's not like it's a 20-run lead. The 2-2 to Peterson. Perez comes set. Pitch on the way. Up top, misses high, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. You wouldn't think Bochy would want to give up any more runs, but it doesn't appear he has any concern about leaving Perez out there. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, chopped over towards second, caught by Simeon, fires it over to second base. Seager standing on the bag will get the force out. It'll be a fielder's choice as Peterson makes it his way down to first. Woo, take the over on the Arizona side on Monday night. They're saying Max Scherzer is going to take the mound. That'll bring Gurriel to the plate. Gurriel, first pitch swinging, Fouls it back out of play. It's 0-1. Gurriel versus Brandon Pfaadt. I think he actually pronounces it Fought, but those of us who in the fantasy baseball world pronounce it Fat. He has looked really good his last few outings. The 0-1 pitch swung on, rifled down the left field line, just foul. It's 0-2. If he comes out firing like he did his last couple of times against Philadelphia, you got to lean with the slight edge to Arizona in Game 3, as bad as Scherzer has looked. The 0-2 pitch, lefty-righty matchup on the way, swung on, lifted into center field. That ball's going to get down for another base hit. Martin Perez continues to bleed out. Runners on first and second and one away. Alec Thomas will be the batter. We'll see if they stick with Perez. 7-1 your score. First pitch on the way to Thomas is down below the knees, I guess, for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 lefty-lefty matchup. Kicks and deals. Swing and chops it towards just to the right a second. Scooping it and firing it over to first is Corey Seager. He'll get the 4-3 put out, but the runners on first and second will move to second and third. There are two away. So a single now would just absolutely blow this thing wide open. A single would make it 9-1. Manuel Rivera, who came in on for Longoria earlier, steps to the plate. He walked his first time up. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Tennessee did hang on to beat Kentucky. That game is a final. So we'll hit the out-of-town scoreboard as we move along here. The 0-1 pitch outside wide, 1-1. Ole Miss 33-7 over Vandy. Number 21 Tennessee 33-27 over Kentucky. The 1-1. 93 mile an hour up high, did not get the call. 2-1. Washington holds on to beat Stanford by 9. USC a 1-point victory at Cal. The 2-1. Swing and hits into left field. That's down for a base hit. Both runs will easily score. And Martin Perez has absolutely given up run after run after run. They're going to get Rivera in a rundown. That'll end the inning, but not before Perez coughs up another couple of runs. It's 9-1. We head to the bottom of the ninth.
So come to find out, the barber that lives around the corner from me just got arrested for selling drugs. You just never know about people, man. I've been going to this dude for 12 years. Never knew he was a barber. Crazy, man.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. Craig Biggio is remembered as a great contact hitter and one of the best Astros ever. In 1997, he played 162 games without grounding into a double play, becoming the only player to ever do that. Hunter Green is an extremely exciting prospect for the Cincinnati Reds. Part of that excitement comes from his electric fastball. In his April 16th start against the Dodgers, he threw 39 pitches over 100 miles per hour, setting a new record.
Baseball had become one of the biggest entertainment industries in the country, and when war actually came in April, the owners saw no reason to stop playing.
With an astonishing disregard for the new proprieties and new decencies, the so-called magnates of baseball have proclaimed in both leagues their unswerving adherence to the wretched fallacy of business as usual. New York Times.
The owners argued that baseball should be declared an essential wartime industry so that players would be exempt from the draft. It didn't work.
July the 21st, 1918.
Baseball received a knockout wallop yesterday when Secretary Baker ruled players in the draft age must obtain employment calculated to aid in the successful prosecution of the war or shoulder guns and fight.
Fresh recruits drilled on the Elysian Fields in Hoboken, New Jersey, where Brooklyn and Manhattan teams had developed the game of baseball 70 years before. Some ball players found jobs in defense industries where they were paid handsomely to play on company teams. But 247 major leaguers did serve, and 3 were killed in action.
We were fired exactly the same day. A man stood across from me and he said to Clint, "You talk too slow and you've got this chip on your tooth, which you refuse to get fixed, and your Adam's apple sticks out. I mean, it sticks way out here. It's ridiculous. It's terrible." So I said, "I'm sorry, we have to let you go." And I said, "Excuse me, sir, what is it that I do bad?" He said, you can't act. Adam's apple.
Welcome back. Arizona leads this one 9-1. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Top of the order due up for the Texas Rangers. And they're going to leave Sal Frank in there to face the top of the order. The first pitch on the way to Simeon. Swung on. That ball's belted deep. And that ball is just foul down the left field line. Up against the wall. Shortly before it hits the left field wall, it dropped foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. In the dirt, nowhere near the zone. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Sal Frank comes set, swing, and fouls it back. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, banged on the ground, up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. And Sal Frank gives up the leadoff hit. 1 on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th. Nine to 1 your score. Corey Seager comes to the plate. Pop out, line out, strikeout. 4 home runs in this postseason. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Going back on the track. Making the catch is Alec Thomas for a long out, number 1. He had a beat on that play. Seager did not miss that one by much. So Carter would be due up, but they'll bring Rob Grossman on to pinch hit to bring the right-hander. And it looks like Lavella is finally going to get off his can and go get, looks like Frias is coming out of the bullpen. So this may not be over. This is not their typical shutdown back of the bullpen, Ginkel or. So we'll see what Texas decides to do. We'll be back in a flash of pitching change. We may get another pinch hitter.
POV, I'm just trying to go about my life, and someone actually says, do you have a CDL for that dump truck in real life?
But instead of Jimmy the Greek, we're going to have to go with Peter the Irishman today.
Hi, my buddy Jimmy the Greek is on the injured reserve list today, so I'm going to tell you who's going to win all the NFL games and the World Series. But don't run to your phone because a year ago I said it would be the Phillies.
Got him!
Got him.
Trigger an entire fan base with only one sentence.
Des Bryant didn't catch that ball. That should do it.
Why isn't football on the TV?
First preseason game?
No. No. Oh, it's starting. No.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the All-American man.
I think what baseball is a game that allows people who watch it to think about nothing else. It allows us to feel connected to a place. So part of what American history is texture, it's fabric, it's Brooklyn, it's Boston. But sadly, part of what American history is and part of what baseball is moving away from those places. So Brooklyn leaves and goes to California, and the free agents take away our favorite players. And America's always mobile, always moving on.
Now, we'll all calm down. Boss, he's just a little excited. I know. I'm going to use good judgment. I haven't lost my temper in 40 years. But, Pilgrim, you caused a lot of trouble this morning. Might have got somebody killed. And somebody ought to belt you in the mouth. But I won't. The hell I will.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The All-American man.
Welcome back. Luis Frias comes on to face, it will be Robbie Grossman. They decided to stick with Robbie. Of course, he's a switch hitter. He'll be hitting from the left side. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Grossman. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Garcia stands on deck. Garver in the hole. The 1-0 pitch. It's right down their pipe for a strike. It's 1-1. Back to that scoreboard. Number 22, Tulane holds on to beat Rice 30-28. Louisville blanks Duke 23-0. The 1-1 pitch is swung on, bang foul down the right field line. It's 1-2. Notre Dame 58-7 over Pittsburgh. Oregon pounds Utah 35-6. Texas 35-6 over BYU, and Georgia 43-20 over Florida. The 1-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike three. Got him with the curveball in the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Penn State holds on to beat Indiana by 9. Oklahoma upended 38-33 losers to Kansas at Kansas. Florida State remains undefeated 41-16 at Wake Forest. And Arizona and Oregon State are just underway. First pitch on the way to Garcia is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. UCLA all over the Colorado Dions 28-9. That game's late in the fourth quarter. The 1-0 pitch. Frias turns around, throws it to first. What the hell is that? What in the world? If you're listening on radio, let me try to explain this. They are not holding the runner on. Frias turned around because he saw Simeon bouncing back and forth as the 1-0 pitch is bang foul down the third base line. 1-1. They're not holding the runner on. Frias turned around to throw the ball towards first. Christian Walker is like 15, 20 feet away from the bag. So when he spins, he just throws it to Walker. And Simeon, for some reason, thought that was some kind of a balk, which it's not. And first base umpire David Rackley just kind of rolled his eyes like, it was a pickoff move. It wasn't a good one, but it was. The 2-1 pitch, or the 1-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone, 2-1. So Simeon goes down and takes second base now on defensive indifference. maybe Frias can focus on the batter at the plate. The 2-1. Fastball misses high. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Garver stands on deck. Arizona leads at 9-1. Pitch on the way in the dirt. Good block by the hind catcher, Moreno, but nowhere near the zone. Frias walks him. There's 2 on and 2 out. I swear that's going to be a meme. Frias throwing to Walker. It's such a goofy play. First pitch on the way to Garver, nowhere near the zone inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Mitch Garver, 1 for 3 on the night. Went deep early in the game. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. You start to see why Frias is only brought in to face Texas with a 9-1 lead. They're going out there to talk to Frias now and basically saying, what the hell are you doing? He's down 2-0 to Garver. He's got runners on first and second, 2 outs. I think his pitching coach is just out there to remind him, you just need the 1 out. Don't worry about any of the guys on base. Let's focus on the task at hand, and you can go get out of here. So they'll go back down and see if Frias can get it under control. The 2-0 pitch. Kicks and fires. Right there for a strike, 97 miles an hour. It's 2-1. He's got a big arm. Just appears he's a little erratic. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss up top. It's 2-2. So Texas down to their last strike. This score holds, the series will be tied at 1 heading back to Arizona. Entertaining series so far. The 2-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled. Atom ball, and Moreno makes Rivera makes the catch. Excuse me, and that'll end the inning, end the game, and tie the series at 1 apiece. That ball was scalded, and Frias is very fortunate that ball was hit right at somebody. So that'll end the game. 9-1 your score. It's a final. Arizona wins this game. Guess we'll go ahead and give a game ball tonight. I think you got to give it to Merrill Kelly. He threw 7 innings of 1-run ball, 9 strikeouts, phenomenal outing in a not necessarily a must-win game, but a game that you really wanted to win. You didn't want to go back home down 2-0. Y'all have a great night. We're going to get out of your hair. 9-1 your final. The Arizona Diamondbacks tie it up with the Rangers. We'll see you Monday night. And Monday morning, we'll be here for Braves Country Hot Stove. Have a good one, y'all.